had outlined, we are proposing 3 variances as part of this development. We find that these variances are minor in nature and something that we typically see as part of a larger, more complex development such as this. So what we've done, we appreciate this opportunity to speak to you, and what we've done is we've created a few images to help illustrate the proposed variances and provide council some additional context in making a decision on the matter. There we go. Okay, so the first variance, again, as the director had introduced, is for site triangle. So the site triangle is a 6 meter by 6 meter triangle at the intersection of any road in the district. And what this means is that within this area, there's nothing over 1 meter in height, or no building or structure is allowed to be located. And so you can see the site triangle here in the diagram. So it's that 6 meter by 6 meter zone. And so what we've done in support of this application is we've actually created a model of the development, taking into account the building location, as well as the site topography and the future street design. And so you can see the images here, as well as the site triangle on the screen. And so that yellow area is the 6 meter site triangle, and the red area is the area that is the subject of the requested variance. And so at this first location on Brownsea and Lincroft, there's the image, and then the second image here, this is from further up Lincroft looking towards Brownsea. Again, that yellow area representing the site triangle, and the red area representing where the requested variance is for. In the second occurrence, it's actually on the opposite side of the street here. So again, this is at Brownsea and Lincroft on the opposite side of the street. So you can see again the site triangle in yellow. In this case, however, while there's a structure within that 6 meter by 6 meter triangle, it actually steps down there. So in no instance does anything over a meter exist within that triangle. And so here's a second image that shows looking up Brownsea. You can see the step down there and how the parking is below the road right away. And in the final occurrence at the bottom of the site, very similar to the first one, the retaining walls proposed or necessary as part of the development do require that third variance. And I think this image also does a good job of showing the future sidewalks. So in this case, they're required to be 4 meters in width. That's about twice what a sidewalk normally would be. And so you can see that that adds additional room for visibility on that corner. So again, as introduced, the second variance pertains to the aisle widths. So in the parkades, some of the aisle widths are less than the 7.5 meters required under the zoning bylaw. And so this image just shows those locations where there are aisle widths of less than 7.5 meters. And so what we did in support of this development is have our traffic engineering consultant do a turning analysis that proved out that all parking stalls can still be accessed appropriately despite the less than 7.5 meter wide aisles. And so here's just images of that turning radius study. And so in the other building, there's actually only one occurrence where the aisle width is less than the 7.5 meters, again shown in green on the screen. And that same turning assessment of the parkade was conducted and concluded that the aisles still function appropriately despite the reduced aisle width. And so the final variance that we proposed as part of this development speaks to the setback of surface parking from a road right of way. So the zoning bylaw requirement is that no surface parking may be located within 3 meters of a right of way. So in this specific case, and you can see the highlighted area in red on the screen, that area of the parking spots happens to be 1.5 meters from the right of way, which necessitates the variance. And I'd like to point out, I guess, as part of this, that the design guidelines speak strongly to hiding any parking as part of a development from public view, and that while we do have some surface parking, this being one occurrence, the overall parking, 85% of it is completely hidden from view within parkades. And so here's just another image that shows where the 1.5 meter surface parking encroachment is located. As we saw before, this is a location where the site actually steps down. And so the parking in that area would actually be below the right of way, providing some screening from the adjacent street. In all other locations where surface parking exists, we conform to the 3 meter setback requirement. And so that concludes the overview of the variances. Again, our position or our thought is that these variances are minor in nature and something that we commonly see with different projects across Canada. And so what we would hope is that council, with these images as assistance, could see it that way too. So I'm going to turn it back over to Terry, who has some closing comments.
Thank you, Matthew. Your worship, council and staff. I'm just going to touch on a few things. I've been involved in this project since we purchased the land in November of 2020 and closed on it in May of 2021. Our development permit application was July of 2021 on zone property. When West Urban makes a decision to buy property in any community, we look at a whole aspect of variables. When we come in, we look at, how much rentals in an area, what's the growth matrix of that area. And obviously Sooke has always been very high on West Urban's acquisition list because it is a very growing community, very close to Victoria, very picturesque, very beautiful area that didn't have very much rental inventory. So those are just some of the decisions that landed us in your district. As I said, the property was zoned. And I know some of these things you already know, but the province of British Columbia is suffering a critical supply of rental stock for people to live. I was reading an article today, I think it's the Times Colonist, where Victoria is investigating Airbnbs to try to figure out who's not compliant and who is, because of just the lack of rental inventory that's out there. West Urban is a large developer. We're in 5 provinces in Canada, and we've built and are building in every community pretty much on Vancouver Island throughout the province of British Columbia. And I think a few of you are probably familiar with some of our projects in Victoria. This project that we're talking about here at 6645, the 2 buildings, I'm not talking about 6647. That's an application that will come before you. But just these 2 buildings alone will provide 240 homes for people that otherwise don't have some place to live. They may be commuting to and from this community to work, or vice versa, leaving the community to work and coming back each and every day. Our buildings are pet friendly. This building comprises of a total of 161 units, and that makes up a total of In building A, 5 studios, 46 one-bedroom and 43 two-bedrooms. And in building B, 29 one-bedrooms and 38 two-bedroom units. And just under 10,000 square feet of commercial. Certainly the commercial space is certainly up for discussion. We're hoping tonight to get an approval of this development permit, and we're certainly willing to entertain the discussion about what might work well in that commercial space. We certainly heard from the community. We've had lots of emails and calls about, hey, what's your plan with the commercial space? Should this development move forward? We've heard ideas around daycare, about potentially like an art gallery. Those are just a couple of the comments that came our way, things that people in the community of Sooke say that are missing and could be a nice amenity in a building that's going to house a lot of people that could have children and need daycare when they go off to work each and every day. The economics of this project of both developments, 6645 and 6647, is West Urban making an investment of $75 million in this community. We don't take those investment decisions lightly. And while we really do want to work closely with staff, as Matthew alluded to, it's not uncommon in developments of this nature to see variances. While we can appreciate the concerns that staff have raised, we do view these 3 variances as being very minor in nature, considering the magnitude of this development. The economic spin-off of such a development in this community obviously include local jobs, local trades, the people being able to stay and work here as opposed to commute to the West Shore or into Victoria. West Urban's, our policies are we hire local as much as we can. It is a tough job market out there. There's a lot of people that don't seem to be that interested these days in making too many job changes. But West Urban we have over 200 employees, and we have a very, very good track record with our employees. And we don't think it would be any different in Sooke attracting talented workers and trades to work on these projects. We estimate about an 18-month building cycle for the 2 buildings on 6645. In Campbell River, in Willow Point, West Urban built 2 multifamily buildings in that corridor that has a lot of commercial in the area. We're building 1 more building as well as a condo building. I can tell you that when we put those 2 buildings in that corridor in Willow Point, it single-handedly changed the dynamic of the infrastructure in Willow Point. New businesses showed up, restaurants, retail, lawyers and doctors. There was already a grocery store and a drugstore in the area, but the area's vibrancy changed almost instantly. It created a buzz and excitement, and that's what you get when you drop residential units in a downtown business core as identified in your own OCP, where you say that this area is essentially begging for residents, and we're proposing between our 2 developments to put about 400 residents living in the downtown core. The vibrancy and the buzz that will create, and the economic spinoff to the local businesses as well as new businesses, is immense in nature, and it would be a shame to not see that happen. The current environment within the development community right now, and I mean, I'm sure everybody's following the news. We're in a rising cost environment. Materials are far more costly than they were this time last year. We're in an inflationary environment right now where we're seeing rapid changes to the Bank of Canada and lending rates. So just this development alone right now, for us, moving forward, the cost of this development have gone up substantially just in the change of interest rates since we first were proposing this development. Further delays at this time really challenge the economic viability of this build, and I don't want to come across like in any way that's a threat. It's not. Obviously, we've got a ton of money invested in this project to date through our engineering and our design, and we really are very, very, very much committed to building these buildings in this community. But we really I have to emphasize the cost restraints and the change in that that economic environment that could potentially impact this project. You know, with an approval tonight of this development permit application, we're, like I say, very happy to sit down and talk about what that commercial space looks like. We're willing to talk about the infrastructure that's required on the civil side, on the infrastructure of that corridor. West Urban is a very transparent company. We pride ourselves on mutual respect, and we try to work through whatever problems that are identified in a way that is win-win solutions for both sides. And so, you know, the purpose of to come here tonight was to say, as Maddie said, please take a very serious look at this development, look at the economic benefits of such a project, and consider what, you know, 300 to 400 people in your downtown core will do to the current business dynamics in the downtown core, as well as create the vibrancy that I think everybody in this community would like to see. I thank you in advance for your time, for listening to us tonight, and I look forward to the deliberation. And please feel free, should you have any questions of myself or Matthew, we'll certainly answer them. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hoff. And could you just share again, what is Mr. Matthews' surname? Just so I have that right, there's two Matthews. Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald, thank you. Okay. Okay, council, so we've received the two presentations. Before we turn to the public, I'll just see if there's any questions that you may have of staff. Questions? Go ahead, Councillor St. Pierre.
I'm curious, having looked through the entire report, there's a lot of areas where there's no in terms of the design guidelines, but the applicants are only looking for 3 variances. Are the design guidelines not subject to variances, or what's the situation with that?
There's 2 pieces before council tonight, the 3 variances as well as the development permit consideration. Now, based on what's referenced in the staff report, as you mentioned, there's a number of no's or partially met pieces to the guidelines. Typically, when staff brings forward a development permit to council for consideration, the applicant has met all of the guideline requirements, and so staff can support approval of that application. In this instance, staff have not put forward a recommendation of support or refusal on this application because we see opportunity to continue working with the applicant to address these guidelines. As it stands right now, if staff were to make a determination on the development permit and their guidelines, we could not support it at this time based on what's been referenced in the attachments is not meeting those guidelines. So staff are not in support of the development proposal as it stands right now, but we don't want council to consider a refusal on that development permit, because what would result in is a 12-month waiting period for that applicant to be able to come forward. So we'd rather continue working with the applicant to address those deficiencies in the guidelines.
Just to clarify that a bit further, the design guidelines, if council was to approve the development permit this evening, would those issues be addressed? So right now we have a number of areas where the design guidelines don't seem to be met. If council was, for example, to go ahead and approve the development permit, approve the different variances that have been put forward, the 3 that have been put forward, what would happen with the design guideline objectives that have not been addressed?
The applicant's proposal as it's been put forward, I believe the expectation would be is that they would continue on to the building permit stage based on their design proposal as it stands today. There wouldn't be that requirement through a development permit with the associated conditions to meet those objectives. If they were to meet them, it would only be on a voluntary basis. But what would be contained within the development permit is the proposal as presented tonight, where staff have identified deficiencies.
Just further follow-up question. So does this mean the design guidelines are exactly that? They have no weight of law, they're simply guidelines?
There are guidelines to ensure that when the applicant puts forward their proposal and staff has had the opportunity to review it and ensure that it's met those guidelines, that it would secure those landscaping plans,
architectural designs and whatnot in terms of form and character, and any other associated conditions within a development permit, so that when the applicant proceeds to the building permit stage, they must also follow those conditions that have been approved as part of that approved development permit.
Okay, follow-up question again. So in order to continue working with the applicants in terms of the design guidelines, at this point, if we want staff to continue working on the design guideline issues, approving the development permit would preclude this. Is this correct?
Approving the development permit tonight would not require the applicant to continue working with staff to address the deficiencies in the guidelines. The applicant would have whatever architectural designs, whatever other features that staff have noted to be deficient, they would be able to continue on to the building permit stage with those deficiencies as staff notes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm just hearing that a little bit different, if I may, Councillor St. Pierre. I just want to turn off your microphone. Sort of what I heard was asked if council approves the 3 variances, but not necessarily, what I heard was approving the 3 variances doesn't necessarily mean the full development permit. Like, so if council supported these 3 variances, there's just the 3 variances, it still doesn't, without saying okay to the full development permit, then to me, I heard that these 3 variances are fine, but continue working with staff for the other ones, because I didn't hear Councillor St. Pierre say in addition to the development permit approval. If I'm not mistaken.
So I believe the questioning from Councillor St. Pierre was related to the development permit. So if
So then I'll ask my question. Let's say we say yes to these 3 variances, but not to the development permit because we see those other things.
then staff can still work with the applicant to address
Okay.
those guidelines, but also knowing now that council has supported those variances, that they can continue on with their design based on having relief from those zoning bylaw requirements.
But that still doesn't mean an approved development permit.
That's correct. It just means that variances have been granted for relief from those 3 zoning bylaw requirements.
Right, so then there would still be a further development permit
That is correct.
to address those other things. Okay, got it. Okay. I have a question just about the maneuvering aisle in the parkade. So is the parkade for rental for tenants who live in who may be living in the above dwellings? Or is it also public parking?
Based on the parking requirements in the zoning bylaw, those are the rental unit parking stall requirements, the minimum that needs to be provided. Also recognizing that because this property is located within the town center, it also benefits from a 50% reduction to the minimum requirements.
Okay, but it would be because they're rentals though, and perhaps not everybody who rents wants a vehicle, then those, I'm just guessing, and maybe this is for the applicant, that the parking, some units may come with parking and some may not, but the landlord would assign those parking spaces to a particular unit or to a particular tenant. So there is an element of control there. It's not just like a public parkade where you go in and find your first available parking spot. It would be designated tenant in 110 has this parking spot, or maybe you don't have a car, so you don't need to rent parking, but it's assigned parking.
That's correct. Given that this is a private piece of property, the parkade is the parking solution to the minimum parking requirements for the use that's proposed. So it's however the management of that property by the owner wants to assign those parking stalls.
Okay, and then for the surface lot, which would be the remaining 15%, would that be for the commercial space, or is it for visitor parking, or is it a combination of both?
I believe on the site plan, there was an illustration showing visitor parking. And there was also in our comments referencing the commercial component as well, that they could establish some commercial parking to be provided at the surface as well.
And then maybe for the applicant, that would be assigned then. I'm just asking because I lived in a building once upon a time that didn't have parking, but I had a pass. And so anytime someone visited me, they would have to display the pass on the particular lot because there wasn't an abundance of surface parking. So is that how this would operate?
Yeah, thanks for that question. So in the parkade, it would be reserved for residents, as the director pointed out. And then the surface lots would be a combination of visitor as well as commercial spaces. So they wouldn't be assigned there, but it would be for visitors of the building, not just any member of the public.
And then potentially visitors, like depending, let's say there's a bakery in the commercial space, it would be, you know, sometimes you see them marked even in Sooke where there are specific spots to that particular retail outlet.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah,
So there's control over the surface lot as well.
that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions, Councillor Bateman, then Logan's.
Yeah, through you to the applicants. Thank you for your. Thank you for the presentation. Now, we've heard about the 3 variances, but we've not heard your thoughts on the summary table of the development permit area design guidelines. And within that, there are 59 categories, of which there are 21 categories which get a yes, no response, and 12 that get a no outright response. And within those no outright and yes, no categories, there are extensive notes on opportunities to improve or opportunities to meet the guidelines. Have you in fact read these, and what are your thoughts in very loose in general?
Yeah, absolutely. We read them. I mean, they're very thorough and very well done, very comprehensive. I think reviewing the comments, there were kind of 2 key themes that we saw. The first, again, as the director had pointed out, was the treatment of the retaining walls that are necessary as part of the development. And the second was the overall design and cladding on the building, delineating the commercial space. So while there's many comments, my opinion is that design guidelines are just that, guidelines, and we sort of have to look for the key themes coming through. And so I see those two key themes as what is most important, and I think what the planner was trying to communicate in those comments. And so I guess to Councillor St. Pierre's comment earlier, you know, one idea is that we look at those 2 themes and attach conditions to the development permit. So for example, for the retaining wall, again, the concerns were with the treatment of that. So council could attach a condition to the development permit mandating that we had to do whatever council felt was necessary to improve the treatment of that wall. Same with the cladding on the building. If the idea is to delineate the retail or commercial space on the bottom, maybe council's direction is that we change the cladding on that bottom floor to delineate that space. And so those are both things that could be added as conditions of the development permit and allow with approval of the variances for the development to be approved tonight.
Okay, thank you. Now you've had a look at our town center plan and of 2009, which is mirrored in our current OCP, which is that what was once known as Waterview Street, now known as Brownsea Boulevard, was to be to have a village high street character that is particularly pedestrian friendly. Do you think your project meets that objective?
Yeah, thanks for that question. Yeah, so I think absolutely it does. It's a two mixed use buildings. There's commercial space, almost 9,000 square feet of commercial space being added to the street. The streetscape itself will be improved. We'd be responsible for upgrading the entire frontage to the current standard, which, as I outlined before, is a 4-meter wide sidewalk. So very pedestrian friendly environment. And then, you know, going back to the comments that the planner had outlined, one of the challenges with the site is the fact that the grades change quite substantially, as I'm sure all of council knows from being there. And so what that results in is a series of retaining walls that are simply necessary to regrade the site and make flat surfaces. And so we have provided connections to the public sidewalk onto the site in various locations. And then on the site, we have provided not only the commercial space, but the space necessary to animate the street and provide some activities. So I do think it's met it, particularly given the site constraints and the topography that we're faced with this particular site.
Yeah, so that pedestrian experience again, given the grade, as you say, it's impossible to do a sidewalk, walk by window shopping experience along Brownsea Boulevard. Effectively, you're going to have to, because as the staff report states, that experience is not possible in the current format.
Yeah, so it would be very challenging given the grade change and to have level surfaces and accessible surfaces as well to have it right up against the street and have no retainment flattening the site.
Okay, and finally, before I surrender the mic here, so in those, you've identified two themes that you've identified from this, the development permit summary. And yet there seems to be so much more in terms of issues such as, and I've just taken some notes here, public art locations within the site, the question of road access onto and off Brownsea that will, the staff believe can be eliminated somehow. The question of the consistent line of building fronts, which we've just discussed. The corner treatments at the corners of Lincroft and Goodmere. And the recommendation that they're perfect spots for a small plaza or outdoor cafe or seating areas or public friendly amenities. You did note the siding, and staff have noted inconsistency with our town center design handbook. The one example being the lack of corrugated metal at the main entrances. The fact that the retaining walls are currently blank, and I believe you're open to public art from what I've understood. And question of canopy roofs do not meet our town center design standards. And staff do note that you have not responded to topography. The grades have been raised to create a level building surface, which sounds like a necessity for a structure of this kind, perhaps, but I would love to see a dialogue here with you three and our staff having a full and proper point counterpoint conversation, but I guess these hearings are not set up for that kind of process. Finally, there's a question around public safety guidelines, and those retaining walls create crime prevention through environmental design standards. I don't know if that's been a consideration. And finally, I'll just note that our fire department has stated in their in the referral section, quote, "This one looks to need more attention from us." So there will be further consideration from the fire department. So having said all that, that wasn't a question, and I'll surrender the mic.
Thank you, Councillor Bateman. Did you want to reply just to the concerns or comments that Councillor Bateman has raised?
No, I just reiterate my previous comments about our willingness to look for solutions here. And if there are things like public art, I mean, that's a great opportunity to add to the retaining walls as the planner had done a really good job of outlining. And then just for a point of clarification, is the walls aren't just concrete, so they are clad in a limestone surface. So there is that treatment there, and we'd certainly be more than willing to look at breaking that up or adding a different texture or things like public art to those walls to address council and staff's concern.
Councillor Logans and Beddows.
I have a question through you to the applicant regarding the turning analysis that was done. What was and I think that I asked you this when we met online several months back, but I don't recall the answer. What type of vehicle size was used for the turning analysis?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I don't have the particular size handy, but it would be a typical vehicle size. I don't know, Rob, if you have that information handy.
Crown
So a
Victoria,
sedan
do
and
those even
a
exist
escape,
anymore?
yeah.
Where the heck did you get that from? I just asked because I know that like this community is a bit different than some of the others you've worked with, not all of them. Some of them are very similar in this regard. But there are a lot of people with full-size pickup trucks in Sooke, and they will need a place to rent as well. So I wasn't too concerned about the turning analysis until I saw your presentation actually, and noticed that in the example B, it almost looked like one of the vehicles was backing into another parking stall. That didn't quite do your point justice, I think. If it's possible to pull it up again and take a look, because I saw it briefly and this screen is purple, so it's hard to look at, but so I could be very wrong. Yeah. These are hard to look at. It was one of the examples. It showed 4 different turning radiuses of the vehicles coming in and out of stalls. That's okay. Yeah, this one here in apartment B on the left. The one down on the bottom of the screen looks pretty tight to me. That doesn't look like a very safe exit for that vehicle in particular. So that was my question, really, was just to see this again and to understand the size of the vehicle that was used for the analysis. I'm going to put you on the spot and if I may, and ask why, knowing our design guidelines and that Sooke is an artsy community, why didn't you come to us with a better design for the retaining walls?
I think as outlined, we have made one major revision to the wall. Originally, it was just concrete, and then we did add the cladding to it. And then I just further reiterate our offer tonight that we're absolutely willing to improve it if council doesn't see it as sufficient, and add things like additional texture, other surfacing. Even, again, I just referenced some of the ideas that the planner had of markings in the concrete as stuff we can do and are willing to do.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Beddows?
Thank you, Your Worship. This is first question to the applicant. Staff has asked for a turning template. They say they haven't got it. Why is that?
So as the director outlined, staff haven't seen the turning template that I referenced in the presentation today. This is something that we prepared in preparation for this presentation. So it hasn't been provided to staff.
And you knew it was coming today, and that was an issue, and staff, they basically still have not got it. And I don't know if that's what you're looking for in the way of a turning template. The other thing is, you've mentioned numerous times that these variations are minor in nature. And so if you were to comply with the sight lines, what would be the ramifications?
Yeah, thanks for that question. So I think complying with the sight lines would alter the things like the parquet design. Many of those retaining walls are where the building does come out of the ground is actually the parquet. And so obviously there's height requirements to that parquet structure. And so by cutting it down or reducing it, it would no longer be functional for parking. And then looking at moving it, well then we have a further problem that we reduce our parking numbers and no longer comply with zoning requirements. So we're faced with those two things we have to weigh, and as a result of meeting parking. Unfortunately, in certain locations, the parkade does stick out of the wall, or stick out of the ground. So it's not something we can easily address, and something that I hope the images showed is something that again we feel is minor, and the sight lines are still provided.
So if you complied with the sight lines, then it's not a minor. It's a major problem for you. Is that what you're saying? Because I'm hearing two things here. You say, first of all, they're just minor variances, but they have a big impact on you. Then is what you're saying. I just want to get that cleared up.
Absolutely, yeah. They mean basically a complete redesign of the building, or substantial redesign of the building. So they do have a major impact on the development as proposed. And then again, I'd reiterate that our perspective is that these are minor variances. Typically, we see these type of variances as part of larger development proposals such as this, and many of our other communities we work in. Even major developments like adding additional stories of height are things that we have staff support on. So yeah, given the contrast between adding a story of height and not meeting a particular element of a sightline regulation, that's why I just reference these as minor.
Okay, and then the other one is, staff says they'd like to work with you on it. You said you're willing to work with staff. So why are we here tonight if you're willing to go back and work out some of these details, and staff's willing to work out these details? Are you at an impasse?
Yeah, I think as Terry had outlined, it comes down to timing. We don't have the time to spend redesigning the building to eliminate the variances, for example, and then resubmitting, and for staff to have do their review and then provide further review letters to us, and then making for a further series of revisions. So we see this as something that we really need to move on. I mean, the building under the original construction schedule was supposed to be framing by now, so it's something that's behind schedule, and that's why we're sort of at this point where we need to move it forward, or requesting to move it forward.
Okay, well, I'm still struggling because I hear not only these three variances, but there's other difficulties with issuing the go-ahead development permit. So, and again, staff said they're willing to work with it. I'm just trying to find some middle ground here, and I'm having some difficulty. Yeah, and I'll just go on to what Councillor Bateman was saying. Having been involved with this present OCP and familiar with the past one, pedestrian-oriented streetscape, a lot of the public weighed in and what they'd like to see down in that neck of the woods. And I think it's very important, especially at this stage, that it is pedestrian-oriented. Now, we're probably going to maybe disagree what that means, but we give staff the guidelines and the rules to go by. And it sounds to me like they're willing to work with you on that. And I would like to see a work on it. Even Councillor Bateman said I'd like to have three sit down and hash out some of these things. And it sounds to me like there's a lot to hash out yet. I'm not so sure we're at development permit stage. The three variances, it's very confusing. So, okay, I have no more questions. Thank you for answering them.
Thank you, Councillor Beddows. Councillor St. Pierre.
Thank you, through your worship. I'm just curious. It seems like we really want to avoid a redesign because that would be a lot of time, and a lot of money, and undue delays in terms of the build out. And that's not something that well, probably that anyone wants to see. Having said that, it looks like what we're looking for obviously is the best street view possible, because it's an important area to the community. I mean, it accesses the waterfront, and there's been a lot of people in the community for a long time that have wanted, honestly, something very much like this. Something that actually allows some retail, something that allows more people in that area. So I don't think we're necessarily a million miles apart, but what I'm curious about here is there were a lot of recommendations in the guidelines in terms of staff that wouldn't necessarily require a redesign. And I'm curious how much of this we could actually incorporate, because for example, when I look at this, you've got a certain amount that already, the middle of the building, because it's slow, obviously has a decent access to street. The back end, or closer to the top of the hill, doesn't seem to have any access to what you seem to have as a patio area, which is very, obviously very nice in terms of actually your retail and so on. It seems to me that if you could actually put in some sort of access at the top end, you actually have much more, a better street access, more accessibility. It looks to me like connectivity, accessibility, aesthetics, and safety are the primary considerations. Many of those wouldn't necessarily require redesign. How much of this can you work with staff to, basically get the best possible product? I mean, this is going to help you as well to get the best possible product. Thoughts?
Do you have anything to add to that, or on the redesign?
Yeah, you'll need to just speak into a microphone.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you for the question. My name is Rob Pringle. I'm the manager of building design at Westerville. So just speaking to the integration and the access, certainly to the upper building, we do have a stair down from the upper parking, the surface parking lot. We do also have a accessible wheelchair ramp, which takes up a big portion of the upper side of it. In order to get down from the higher elevations, it takes 3 switchbacks to get down. And then the central stair, as you mentioned, and then we do have another lower stair onto Lincroft as well. So we do have a number of access points from Brownsea as well as Lincroft onto the plaza, which is the storefronts themselves. So again, as my colleague mentioned, because it is such a steep slope, in order to create that flat space for pedestrians to walk and give that very walkable storefront that everybody wants, we have to do a number of separate accesses from the main road and then create that wider plaza in front of it so that you can carry on from storefront to storefront without coming back onto Brownsea and then going down another set of stairs.
Thank you very much. I hadn't actually noted that in the designs. I saw the front and I saw other stuff, but I didn't realize that you seem to have complete connectivity there.
Yes, there is complete connectivity.
That's excellent. So that would lead the aesthetics in terms of actually, better treatments for the.
Councillor St. Pierre, can you just speak more closer to your microphone
Yes.
so the folks viewing at home can hear you?
Trying to move us towards something more concrete in terms of, how we can actually move forward. It looks to me like we still have concerns over aesthetics in terms of, the treatments of the retaining walls and so on and so forth. So what I've heard suggested is that council could put, some sort of conditions on the development permit. Right now, it looks to me like we'd be looking at looking for some art sites, because that was something that was within, and that doesn't sound too difficult to do. We're looking at different treatments of the retaining walls. We're looking at something in terms of safety, some of the blind spots. I'm not sure what that might look like, or if it's even possible to address, but.
Yeah, as far as Septa concerns, the canopy itself would be lit. So the entire plaza on the private property would be lit. So it would be a very safe place to walk for sure. We try and keep the dead corners, dead spaces away. The treatments to the walls, of course, yes, as my colleague mentioned, it's very easy to do. If we wanted to apply some art to it or different stone works, maybe a more local stone, and then certainly the treatments of the storefronts themselves, we'd be more than willing to work with on that as well, as long as condition of the DP.
Thank you.
Any other questions before I turn to the public? Okay, you go ahead and then I have one final one.
Yeah, so through you again to the applicants, this will parking on site. 3 and 4 residents will have a parking space, or 3 and 4 apartments will have a parking space. Do you anticipate that being an issue, or how do you manage the assignment of those parking spaces, and what will happen to overflow? Because in a 2-bedroom apartment, if you have a family, we're in 2-car scenarios so often. Any thoughts on that, Mr. Hoffs? Or
Thanks for that question. So yeah, so as part of the The assignment of, or the rent, parking stalls would be assigned to different units. And then, as you indicated, some units wouldn't have access to parking stalls, many parking stalls. So I think that the first side of that would be looking at the renter, and the renter that would be attracted to the development might not be someone who has a car, given that this is a central location and more walkable, might not be reliant on a car. And then the second would be just like street parking that is available, may be used on occasion as overflow when there's a need for, a visitor or something like that to at the development.
Would it be a condition of the rental agreement that if you don't have a space, you're not to have you can't control that kind of personal choice?
Sorry,
If I'm one of the 1 in 4 apartments that does not have a parking space, is it a condition of the rental agreement that I not bring a car to the property?
that's correct. You wouldn't be allowed to bring a car on site because the stalls would be reserved, or they would be designated as visitor stalls.
But of course, that wouldn't stop me from having a car if I could find alternate.
No, we
Of course.
couldn't restrict
Okay.
car ownership.
Thanks.
Okay, just the other question I have is inside, is there a place of like bike lockup or e-bike lockup, anything like that? Like there is secure bike, okay.
Yes, there is bike storage in both parkades, in both buildings. Yes.
So okay, go ahead, Councillor Logans, and then actually, I'm just gonna ask my other question. That one crept in my head. Mr. Paolo, I'm just looking at the third one. That one I need a bit more clarity on what the issue is, and that's where to reduce the setback from 2 surface spaces adjacent to the highway from 3 to 1.51.
So I believe it's the second building to the south, building B, where the surface parking is located within the 3-meter setback. So what the applicant is requesting is a variance to that down to 1.5 meters so that the parking stall can encroach into that 3-meter setback area. Otherwise, the parking stall would then have to shift further south, and that space hasn't been demonstrated within the surface parking lot area. So that's why they pushed it 1.5 meters to the property line.
Because I think there was a sketch up here that shows where there is a buffer and then it sort of
Yes,
cuts into that in some way, but then there is still the remaining 1.5 between there and the street.
correct.
Okay, and then the sidewalk width, the whole length is maintained at 4 meters.
4-meter width for the public sidewalk.
4-meter width for the public sidewalk. Okay. Okay, thank you, Councillor Logans, and then we'll see if there's any public comment.
Oh, yes. So my question is in regards to parking. And it's going to go through you to staff, but I just want to give a bit of background on this too. I own a condo in Esquimalt, and there are 19 stalls for 50 units. The thought process is 5 minutes from downtown. The thought process there was that there's plenty of transit. It's right close to downtown. It's a 20-minute walk from downtown, easily cyclable, easily walkable, easily drivable. But the problem is that because we are in a crisis, a housing crisis, you don't get to choose where you live. You just live wherever is available. So every unit has a vehicle. And there's no parking because it's on a main road. So anyone who doesn't have a designated parking spot, and one of the 19 spaces is an accessible space that is actually rented to someone who doesn't need it because we just need the extra parking spot. But everyone else parks 2 to 3 blocks away because there's no parking in front and there's residential parking all around. I see the same problem happening here, especially because there's no transit here. Everyone wants access to the Juan de Fuca as well. lots of people have multiple jobs or multiple families or multiple people are renting one unit that have different needs. My question for you to staff would be, where in the downtown core are the alternative parking spaces for the people who do have vehicles but don't have a parking space? Because you can't legally say, if you have a car, you can't rent this space.
Yes, so with regards to where else in the downtown core, there isn't other public parkades where people could have, monthly passes or things like that to accommodate a larger type of parking demand. The alternative is the on-street parking availability where it presents itself on different locations on the streets. That would be the other alternative to on-site parking that would be proposed with this development.
It doesn't look like Brownsea will have on-street parking though.
So when it comes to on-street parking, it may not be specifically the streets that are adjacent to the proposal itself. They could be other streets that are still within fairly close walking distance to the site. So other streets that do not abut this specific proposal.
In front of people who own homes in the area.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other questions for staff of the applicant at this time? Okay. Oh, sorry, Councillor Bateman. Yes, and then I'd like to open
Okay.
up to the public.
Just quick questions to the applicants. Electric vehicle charging in all the parking stalls, is that part of the plan?
In regards to the EV parking stalls, none are planned at this time, but it is very capable to pre-wire. And if the renter has an electric car, then we can provide a charging point at that parking spot.
Right, at the renter's cost, is that right?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, okay. And you would be building to step code level 2, I believe, as per
That is correct.
Sooke's. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'd like to invite any members of the public who have comments on this proposal. This time is specific to this particular application for 6645 Sooke Road. There will be other opportunities for other items on the agenda at that particular public input. So I'd like to invite you specifically only for 6.1. And sir, if you could please just introduce yourself. We don't need your address, just your municipality where you're.
Herb Haldane. I guess one of the questions I would have is, we'd have all these downtown guidelines, and as it was said, they're guidelines. There should be some room for maneuvering. And then we have a parking expectation, which is 50% of the rest of Sooke, but downtown gets less because it's expected that people either walk or they'll take transit. But now I'm hearing that we're going to be trying to be more rigid on the parking. Well, we tell these developers to come forward. We have relaxed parking if you will build in our downtown. The whole idea is to try and create people to build in the downtown. The first charrette we did was 2007 to try and build down on the water in Sooke. We've never built a single thing down on the water in Sooke. So at this point here, you would hope that somehow we could get Brownsea Boulevard up and going. The reason we did the charrette originally was because we were trying to find some ways to get people to be more interested. So we created the road width, we created some parking, we created some expectation for commercial. Sooke's desperately in need of commercial, and sounds like we're going to get 9,000 or 10,000 square feet of commercial here. So I think there has to be some room for massaging this application and this development to move forward, because we desperately need something in our downtown, something to stimulate growth in our downtown. We haven't really had that. We have a library that's paid for by taxpayers, bunch of land there. This hasn't been stimulated for any growth yet. So we need something to start this, something to kickstart it. And I think this application coming forward is offering to do that. Keep in mind that we don't have any underground services, especially for stormwater in Sooke. So I can understand why they're trying to build their parking above ground, start with the terracing down, and then you have the parking that would be behind these retaining walls that they're talking about. That's because they have to be able to have stormwater mostly on the surface because we have nothing in the ground. Sooke's never built any infrastructure like that yet. So these guys have an opportunity to try and put together a plan based on what's available to them. So I'm hoping we can come up with a solution here to help some stimulate our downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haldane. Is there other members of the public that would like to speak on this agenda item?
Ellen Lors. I just wanted to know why our official community plan now just says to terrace on all properties going down to the water on the south side of Highway 14. And I don't understand why we're not terracing, because this doesn't seem to fit the plan that or the design that we were looking at when we did the OCP. It was to not dominate the whole downtown, because this seems to just dominate the whole situation. If you look at our downtown plan and our initial plan was that the properties, the buildings would be built right up to the sidewalk. There'd be awnings. And so it was really user friendly. So you could walk by, you could sit outside or whatever that was. And the commercial, of course, down at the bottom. This just seems to dominate the whole landscape because it's 6 stories straight up. And the parking in the front, I don't believe that was ever a plan. The parking would be in the back or underground, but I understand the underground. The cost of going underground is really costly, but why not the parking in the back? I know this has come a long way already, but it just doesn't seem to fit for what we were looking at initially in our OCP. And stepping it down would at least not dominate it the way it is. And putting the walls, I see those retaining walls, it's totally opposite of what the design was, is to go down to the water in a gentle slope. But now we're lifting it up and it's dominating the whole landscape. It just doesn't seem to fit. And absolutely no plastic grass. That's just ridiculous. And I don't know where the design guidelines came in with the corrugated metal on downtown buildings. I mean, if anybody drives up Windfall and sees that, that's got to be the most un-Sooke look ever. And I don't see that in our downtown. I don't think that that's what the people want. And I don't know where that design guideline came from. I don't remember us ever discussing it as a community. And I'm really disappointed that this has come this far, because it's a big cost to the developers, and I appreciate the work they've done, but I think that we have to be a little more following along what our guidelines are, what our OCP stands for, and what it should be. So I'm really sorry to see this happening the way it is.
Thank you, Ms. Lurs.
Hi, Britt Santowski, and I live in Sooke. I like this project. We need rentals, and I hear the number of loft studios that are available in single bedrooms. And I think much of society right now is set up that necessitates coupling in order to afford a house. And I think of people who are looking to uncouple but can't, and who live in unsafe conditions because there are no rentals, and there's none of that. And we desperately need that. I'm a proponent of density in the town core. I support that entirely. I'm pleased to hear stores being downstairs on the main floor. I would like to see a pedestrian environment pushed. It needs to be walkable. We need to have vibrancy in our town core and having more things that are inaccessible to the public. I like the idea of the wide sidewalks. I would like to see benches there. One thing to make a female-friendly community is to have a lot of benches, to have a lot of rest stops. With the sight lines, I think of some of the things the Saturday market. I was driving up the road that crosses behind, and I wanted to go straight through. I had to cross Otter Point, and there were the booth set up and parking. I had to move into the road before I could even see if there was cars oncoming. We make some really wonky decisions when it comes to construction signs and when it comes to election signs. Those I'm more concerned about when it comes to sightline. If an intersection is controlled with a four-way stop and you have enough visibility to see what's there, then I would support the variance on the sightline. That said, it is out of my wheelhouse. I think in picking priorities, for me, rental is a priority, safety is a priority, affordability is a priority, and safe spaces for women are priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Santowski.
Yeah, you betcha. Susan Belford, I live here in Sooke. And thank you all for being here. I'd like to thank staff for recommending that we continue to protect Sooke's vision and existing plans that are outlined in the Transportation and Parks and Trails Master Plans for a small, walkable downtown. We all want Sooke to be a thriving place. Density is an important component, and we can certainly get that with this building. But there are many elements to this building that we don't get. We will get a thriving place by building a community in which people can see and greet each other, where it's interesting and beautiful and safe to walk and cycle. I don't see that with this iteration of this building. The proponents instead seeks variance to set aside criteria listed as unmet according to the summary table. And these criteria aren't frills and they're not minor. Because of the nature of Sooke, these speak directly to the kind of downtown core area that Sooke will have for coming decades. The building that the proponent has designed is well suited to a car-oriented urban area, maybe in Calgary or Langford, but it doesn't support the development of a pedestrian-oriented town center, a vibrant core where people can enjoy the experience of walking around these buildings. Instead, even though the sidewalks are wide, the spaces that you're walking are kind of dead spaces. We have to dodge driveways in order to walk around the building. And the building looms above us rather than being at the side. So it doesn't have that community feel. Rather, it feels a bit more like a fortress. Sooke needs to foster local business as well. And these buildings offer some commercial space that's necessary to do that, and that is excellent. However, the success of these buildings will be enhanced by allowing them to stand out from the residential space above and by making them more easily accessible by the public. The proponents would do well to listen to staff's excellent ideas. In that way, they might be able to offer our town something really distinctive. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Belford. Other members of the public tonight?
Hi, my name's Adele Gibbs. I'm really worried about the parking and the sight lines. Sooke is still a small town-ish. Probably majority of us work or commute into Victoria, Langford, that kind of thing. So they're adding 161 units. So you double that in people, I presume. So you're still looking at, 250, 300 people in these units. Now, as Ms. Logan said, majority of us still drive trucks. The park aids, and they're talking about 50% reduction in the parkade for the downtown core area for vehicles. And where's everyone else going to park? You know yourself how hard it is to get back into Sooke come rush hour at night. Where are these people going to go? They're going to be parking all over the place for, you know, all up the streets and everything. And I know myself, I live on Goodmere Road and it's the older portion. So the road has always just been tarred and gravelled. So you start getting heavy traffic or a lot of traffic on there. And I mean, it's going to be well, it's already potholes and everything. It's really in bad shape. So like I say, I'm going to be having all sorts of people parking in front of my driveway. So I'm kind of upset about that. And also, I mean, this 6 stories up, I'm going to lose sunlight in my view. You know, I really would like to see it step down, but with their concrete retaining or the retaining walls that they're talking about, what's the bets? How long before they're all filled with graffiti? You know, think about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gibbs. Other speakers this evening?
Hi, I'm strongly in favor of.
I need your name, please.
Sorry, Nick Dickinson Wild. I'm strongly in favor of everything I've seen on this. The parking is not an issue in my opinion. Yes, people will park on the street side, but we need density and we need commercial space. We have an extreme lack of commercial space. This seems like a very balanced and reasonable variance requested, especially on the sight lines and parking. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wild. Other public members this evening? Yeah, I'll just see if there's first-time speakers first.
All right. I'm not good at public speaking, so excuse me. I live alongside of Adele.
We just named your
Oh,
name,
Larry
sir.
Stiles on Goodmere. I live alongside of Adele, and Goodmere does have its problems. On oncoming traffic, you have to slow down for 2 cars to pass. It's narrow. Condition of the street is questionable, potholes. There's really no room for anybody to park in front of my house to have another car go by. Lincroft will have the same problem as well. 6 stories will dominate the skyline. I agree, it will look like a fortress. It does not have the flavor or the feel of Sooke, which is why I moved to Sooke 4 years ago. So what I wanted, and I know one person doesn't make a difference, but what I expected from Sooke is going to be disappearing with this building coming up. All the traffic will be quagmire. It'll just be stopped. And we talk about 400 or 500 people coming in. Part of the problem I have, and I'm for density, I'm from big cities, but I like it controlled as well. And so we're going to have 400 or 500 people, according to their numbers, that'll be living in this building, that'll be walking to wherever. And then we've got a safety factor. Because of the crosswalks, there's 3 of them. They come up to Evergreen Mall, and I think it's changed its name now. But when that happens, when you get someone in the crosswalk, traffic comes to a stop. Highway 14 is a major highway. And as it is now, when it stops, it backs up. So somebody crossing over to, let's say, go to, Pharmasave, that's a problem down there. We've got Shoppers Drug, that's a problem for us right there. So they're going to come up, go to the World Bank. If they go on the crosswalk, traffic will be stopped. If they go across Highway 14, traffic will be stopped. And as they go into the mall, traffic will be stopped. So you're going to have traffic coming to a standstill that should be flowing. And the Rotary, people are now starting to understand the Rotary and working with it, but not everybody does. A lot of people come up and stop before they enter into it. So we've got people walking on the sidewalks. We've got people are on the crosswalks, people really not doing well entering the Rotary. And you're going to have how many new cars coming in? 100? 200, even if it's 50, that's a lot. So the walkability, I agree. It'd be great to have that. It would be wonderful. But this does not offer that. This offers a challenge, to say the least. I think it'd be very destructive to the mood and the feeling of Sooke to have this place, this building in place. It's a lot more to be said, but that's the best I can do right now. I really don't need a lot of people on Goodmere. I don't need a lot of people on Lincroft. And I'm for progress and things moving on, but yeah, I don't think this is the way to go. Let's keep it friendly. Let's keep it organic. This is not that. This is an industrial building that's going up right in the middle of us. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stiles. And council, I'll just note that both Mr. Stiles and Ms. Gibbs have provided written correspondence in the yellow pages as well. So thank you for providing that. Okay, I'll do another call. Okay, we're moving on to second time then. So go ahead, Ms. Santowski.
There's a couple of questions I forgot to ask.
You'll need to reintroduce yourself, Ms.
Oh,
Gibbs.
reintroduce myself. Ellen Lewis. I wanted to know the 20-meter roadway, does that include the 4-meter sidewalk? Is one question.
I believe that does, yes.
Yes, the sidewalks are incorporated into the full cross section for the roadway.
So is that 4 meters on either side?
4 meters for the,
4 meters on the one side?
yes, the developer is responsible at the time of development
For-
for their frontage improvements. So it would be the 4 meters to construct for their portion of Brownsview Boulevard that they front on.
Right. So would another development on the other side also incorporate another 4-meter sidewalk? Is that the plan? Just a question.
Yes, I believe that's what's displayed in the cross section in the TMP.
Okay. And the other question is, how many commercial units would be in these developments?
So I believe on, let's get the site plan shown.
The applicant may have that answer, but 4.
Four
Four
in
commercial spaces.
just 4 commercial spaces. So there'd be larger spaces, I imagine.
Give or take.
And what about parking for the commercial spaces?
The parking, so the one piece on parking for those is the height and the density and the parking is all part of zoning that has already been approved through council years ago. So the applicants are working on the zoning. So sort of that has already come to pass. And so that's why this is a development permit with these pieces. But the height, they've met the zoning requirements that are already on the parcel of land.
But for the commercial, if there's 4 commercial spaces and how much parking is allowed for each commercial space?
Have they met the parking for commercial? Like the parking is per the zoning for commercial and residential?
That's correct. Based on the minimum requirements that are required for both the residential and the commercial components, the applicant has met those minimum requirements for the number of parking stalls.
So the minimum is 5. So it's 5 for each commercial spot.
I'll let Mr. Powell answer that. Councillor Lewis, I see you. I'll go to you after the public.
Just looking for that portion of our report that I believe identifies for both buildings where the parking was being provided. Believe parking stall amount for commercial, 9 parking stalls for the north building, and I believe it's 6 parking stalls for commercial on the south building.
And that satisfies the zoning requirements.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Okay, can you wait till we conclude with the public?
Okay, point of order. Just for council, in fairness to the applicant in regards to parking, it is still a discussion for today, because if we choose to reduce the variance that allows for more parking in the parkade. But if we choose to go to the 7.5 meter variance, then there will be less parking in the parkade. Yes, so I'm just saying that parking does play a factor in this, regardless of the fact that it's not technically part of the variance process.
Ms. Santowski, go ahead.
Hi, Britt Santowski, and I live in Sooke. Just a couple of other things that I had in my notes, but got too excited about. The accommodations, one thing I would like to see there is that they are allowed to have business licenses. I know that that is a problem with the 6-story building that was built on Wadham's Way. We ran into issues with entrepreneurs having business licenses in there. If we want to encourage people living and working in Sooke, they need to be able to work from their own home. And sometimes it's as simple as having a website that generates money that doesn't require any parking or any through traffic or anything like that. So just food for thought. The other thing I'd like to point out is one eco organization was talking about highway design to not make it wider because that encourages more traffic. I don't see an issue with designing for the world that we want to move into. And I think people moving into, I know you're saying, Councillor Logan's, that it doesn't work in Esquimalt. But I know younger people, I have an 18-year-old daughter, hasn't bothered getting her license yet because of the cost of a car, the cost of insurance, the cost of gas. All of her friends are bus people. So these are all people, you know, who would be interested in the studio apartments and the 1-bedroom apartments. And I think building to a world that we want to live in, where people do take buses, if we build to encourage that style of living, I think that is a good thing. And more jobs in town could be less traffic. The biggest form of congestion is Sooke Road. As soon as you turn off Sooke Road, whatever time of day, there is no traffic flow. It's just Sooke Road and its congestions with the schools coming out there, with the traffic flowing in and flowing through town. If we can have more jobs in town as a future aspiration, more people working here instead of 71% of our working population commuting out, to have those jobs in here, I say build to the world that we want to see here.
Thank you, Ms. Santowski. Is there another comment from the member of the public? And then we do need, I don't want to cut anyone off, but if there's anything new that council should hear, okay.
And my name's Owen Brandon. I one of the cab drivers in town here. And every day when I drive my cab, people are asking me about where they can find a room. Where is there a suite to rent? They tell me they're being kicked out of their apartments, they're being renovated. You know, I hear about people renting and living in garages because it's all they can get, right? And to say, you know, it's just crazy, you know. So these people here want to come and spend good money building a lot of accommodation, and I'm all for it. I'm not worried about some guy who owns a truck. You know, if he has a truck and he can't fit it in there, go rent something somewhere else. Okay, well, these shouldn't be stoppers. These things are trivial. The important thing is getting housing, getting people into housing. You know, like right now, I mentioned to you the other day, like all over Sooke, people are living in trailers. These construction people, they come to town, and then the contractors have 2 or 3 trailers in the yard for the people working for them, because that's all they can get. There's nothing else. You know, so I would put all these petty little things aside and let's get some construction going here. And I welcome you guys here. I lived here all my life. I don't care if there's a sort of a Sooke image or something that might disappear. it's meaningless if you don't have a place to live. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Brandon. Okay.
Susan Belford, I live here in Sooke. Sorry, I can't restrain myself. I don't think that I would ever argue that we don't need housing, that we don't need density, that we don't need public space or space for commercial endeavors. I think we need all of those things. And I think we also need those things provided in a way that supports walkability, that supports community safety, and that helps Sooke become what we really want it to be. I don't think that anybody is suggesting that, I don't think anybody in the public anyway is suggesting that these variances would, should undercut the capacity of Sooke to provide housing. But we need to make sure that we're paying attention to all of the issues in front of us, not just silos. Okay, so yes, absolutely, we need density and we need good sight lines. We need community safety and we need buildings which meet the criteria for the best Sooke that we can have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Belford. Everyone who's wanting to speak has spoken. Okay. Okay, so council, turn your attention back. Thank you, members of the public, for attending tonight and for sharing your comments. So we'll turn back to council. Is there I'll ask the applicant, is there anything that you would like to raise just as the public input session is closed? Is there anything further that you would like to speak to or answer? Just wanted to give you that opportunity. You're good? Okay. Staff, is there anything that you wanted to say just in conclusion to what was presented from the public?
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Powell. Okay, so council, we have heard a couple of things from staff. Well, not couple, but we received our staff presentation as well as response from the applicant, as well as from members of the public and your questions. So I'll just ask, so are there questions that you have at this time? Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, just curious about those 4 commercial spaces over the 2 buildings. Because in my head, I had this idea it was a series of boutique, smaller spaces, but that's not the case. Or have
Okay, I think
misinterpreted?
the applicant can answer this, so.
Yeah, that is correct. So currently it is 4 spaces over the 2 buildings, but each of these spaces could be subdivided into much smaller spaces as well.
And do you have certain retail clients in mind already that?
None as of right now.
Because at that size, you would be looking at probably likely chain operations.
Not necessarily
Not
changed. So it's the area is just put there to serve anybody. So depending on the size you need, you can come in and rent a certain space.
Okay, Mr. Paolo, just touching on the question raised by Ms. Santowski, would the residents who reside in this building be able to obtain not a building permit, a business license for a home-based operation?
I know there was reference made to another building and just that business. And so it's all based on the type of business being run for home base. So, we look at things as to, are there visits being made to the property to pick up supplies or drop offs, things like that. So there's a number of different criteria when it comes to home-based business that need to be evaluated. So based on the applicant's proposal, we'd have to evaluate it against our bylaws to determine if it met the bylaws or if it exceeded it and it was more appropriate in a properly established commercial business.
Okay, but it doesn't, at this point, it's not a barrier, no home-based businesses.
There may be opportunities. Yes.
There's opportunities. Okay, good to know. Thank you. Councillor Logans?
Yes, a question through you to staff or to the applicant. I was under the impression that this was market housing. I did hear a couple people in the public mention the word affordable. I just want to clear the air on that one and see where we're at with this project. I'm happy with it being market or affordable mix, whatever, but I just wanted to make sure we had the right info.
Okay, market housing?
Yes, correct. It's market housing. The reason why we do a mixture of studios, 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms is to be able to to conform to the various income levels of the tenants that reside in our buildings. So that's why we mix it up as best as we can. But market rentals, correct.
Okay, thank you. So council, there is a recommendation here in front of us. In order to sort of get to how what your thoughts are about this, we would require a motion on the floor at first to enable comments to occur. So there is a recommendation laid out by staff, which I'll read out. However, you could also put forward a different motion. Just for the benefit of those viewing online, what is in front of us is that council deny the issuance of variances requested with development permit PLN 01582 for the proposed development at 6645 Sooke Road, which would vary the following sections of the zoning bylaw. 1, vary section 3.22 to eliminate 3 site triangles. 2, vary section 4.6E to reduce the maneuvering aisle and the parkade from 7.5 meters to 6.5. And 3, vary section 4.6 meters, 4.6 M, it should be, not meters, to reduce the minimum setback for 2 surface parking spaces adjacent to public highway from 3 meters to 1.5 meters. And that council recommend that the development permit with variance PLN 01582 for 6645 Sooke Road be referred back to staff so that the applicant can revise the application to comply with the zoning bylaw and work with staff to meet development permit guidelines. So that said, that is what has come forward from the staff report today. Councillor could move that or move something different. Councillor Beddows, I see your hand.
I will make that.
Councillor Beddows is moving it for discussion and Councillor Bateman is seconding it. So Councillor Beddows, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I just want to start off with saying that the applicant is, for the most part, dealing correctly with the zoning that they're allowed to do in this property. The height, the parking, those are the rules that were laid out in the old OCP and the zoning that came from it. And they're complying with that. So I do sympathize with the public. And when it comes to the parking, I think they're supplying 4 out of 5 get parking. I would dearly love 5 out of 5 and extra spots. But those are the rules that we laid out for them. So I don't have a big problem with the overall complex. Not ideal for me, but they're following all the rules. I don't have a problem with that. But I just think there's too many details that are not worked out yet, that staff is willing to work with. And my understanding is the applicant's willing to work with staff. I know it does involve a bit of a delay, but if they're in such minor, it shouldn't be too hard to come to some sort of resolution. The only one that I would really support is the 3 meters setback going to 1.5. I think that is minor, and that would be one of those areas that we can move on. The site angles and things like that, I think they have to be looked at with safety in mind, and there may be some movement there, but that's for staff. I mean, I'm not an expert on that. Same with the turning template. Again, staff would have to determine whether that's correct or not. So I think this project is just about there, but I think there's some fine tuning that needs to be done before I would be willing to go for a full development permit. I do with that with some reservations because I do understand time is money. But I've just seen too many little red flags, and they're just little red flags that need to be dealt with. So I would be willing to send this back to staff, hopefully be done in a very timely manner, and see if we can work some of these issues out. Again, to the public, I apologize that there's nothing we can really do about the parking because that's part of their zoning, and we could not change that without having a lot of problems. And the 50% reduction for the downtown core, I understand why it's there. Unfortunately, it would work better in the downtown environment and not in Sooke, which we're still very tied to our people traveling to and from our community to work. So I just support the motion, and I think I've said enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bateman is next.
Yeah, so thank you, Councillor Beddows. You've said many of the right things here. First of all, I want to express appreciation to the applicant for considering the work you've done, a $75 million investment to start with these two buildings, with future plans on the waterfront of that piece of property. Your points at the outset, Mr. Hoffs, were absolutely valid and right, as you used the example of Willow Point and Campbell River, which revitalized that area. This west side of Brownsley Boulevard has sat fallow for at least over a decade now. Our town center plan is calling, as Councillor St. Pierre said at the outset, calling for exactly a concept proposal of buildings of this kind. We need housing, no question. I just find it's difficult to, the variances aside, the red flags, as Councillor Beddows says, that were raised in the summary report, along with staff's clear statement that they're keen to work with you to move this forward, tells me that it would be great if you could come back to us, having sat down and done a point counterpoint in person, full-on negotiation with our district staff to find the sweet spots in these various issues, come back to us with a set of agreed conditions, and at a subsequent session, we can discuss that at that point. But at this point, it feels premature. There are, I agree we're in a housing crisis, and you will be providing us with this market housing. At the same time, Sooke is a very young community, as I think I explained to you, Mr. Hoffs, on our Zoom call. We have very limited amount of space in our town center. This has been identified as a critical piece of our future. So I could quite understand and empathize and appreciate staff following all due process and doing its absolute utmost, and their responsibility is to ensure we get a project that is right, that's based on our plans and our reports. Interestingly, the OCP, the draft OCP, which we're going to be discussing again on Wednesday night, action number 2 in that plan is to, let me read it. Update the town center plan and include strategies that provide public access and view corridors to the waterfront. And as much as, you know, that is to happen short term following adoption of the OCP. And I wish the horse was in front of the cart, or vice versa in this matter. So on that note, I think I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor St. Pierre.
I'd also like to thank you. I think the project is really good. I'm sad, as Ms. Lewis is sad, that we don't have a terracing, because I think that sort of thing would just be much better. Having said that, I think that it's truly important to have a housing component and to have the commercial space. I think that based on what I've seen, it is walkable. When people walk by, it's permeable. People are going to be able to travel in and out on multiple points. There's going to be areas where they can sit, areas where they can hang out. This is exactly the kind of thing that we actually would like to see on that kind of street. So I'm liking all of that. In terms of the parking, I believe that it boils down to build it and they will come. So if you put more parking space, you'll have more cars. If you have fewer parking spaces, as was pointed out, you'll have people who don't have cars actually renting or use public transit. And certainly that's the direction we want to go in. And we do have a lot of places that have parking spots. And this seems reasonable for that particular area. In terms of the actual proposed motion, I would be inclined to allow the 7.5 to 6.5 in the parkade. I would be inclined to allow the 1.5 meter and 3 meter. I think the only place where I have concerns in that simply because of safety, and I think those were addressed to some degree by the applicants, but I'd like to see that looked at further and to see what kind of compromises we can come to. My impression from what was said is that it may not be so simple to actually change certain portions because it would involve a major redesign. And that's reasonable. I don't think we want that kind of delay necessarily. I would like to see, as has been pointed out, I think by a few councillors, I'd like to see this come back to us as quickly as possible. But I think that haste makes waste. I think that if we actually approve a development permit tonight, it's not going to go well. Having said that, I think that if we can actually iron out some of these details with staff and do it as quickly as possible, hopefully we can have concurrence. Was one more thing, and I know it's not likely to be a part of the design, but given that these buildings are so large, I think it would be wonderful to have a green roof, because that would actually completely change the look of the thing from the road. And I understand that it would work better if it was terraced, but again, given the size, it seems like there's opportunities there for water catchment, for green roofs, for all sorts of environmental possibilities. Otherwise, a roof is just a great big heat sink, and that's unfortunate.
Councillor Logans.
Thank you. Thank you very much to staff and the applicants for coming forward and for the time you spent meeting with us in advance of this. I think that really helped me at least to wrap my head around the whole project. I am 100% for this project going ahead. I really want to see it happen. I honestly just think there are some little tweaks that need to be done. And I'll speak to each of these here. But I definitely see the need for the rental units in our community. I love that it's density in the core. As Councillor Bateman alluded to, this is a precedent for one of the most important parts of our downtown area. So we are going to be a bit hard on you. And I think it's for good reason, because we're going to have to answer to this later down the road. The parking is going to be an issue that we're going to be blamed for years to come. And I'm okay to accept that responsibility if it means that we go ahead with this project. In terms of the first variance with the site triangles, I see a lot of opportunity here on both sides. I think that it seems at least the retaining walls are necessary, but I would like to see the landscape come down instead of come up. In some of the drawings I see here, there's a lot of landscaping that goes up, and Ms. Belford said the word fortress, and it's funny because that was exactly the word that came to my head. If we can have that landscaping come down, hide some of the walls, use some public art to make sure there is no vandalism of the space, it will benefit everyone. And I also think that if there's opportunity for a restaurant or a cafe or a coffee shop to move into those commercial spaces and have waterfront or water view patios in those areas, in an area where it's landscaped down and people can see what's happening in that space, it can be a really vibrant go-to spot. And we need more water view patios with liquor licenses. I think it would be a great asset if we could get someone in there and make it a more inclusive, less fortressy feel. If it's possible to have better access, I don't know, but that's something I would love to see as part of a discussion with staff. In terms of the parkade, I could go either way on this, and council, I don't know where you sit on it. I could go either way on this tonight. However, I do think that it's a bit rude that some of council has received the turning template and staff hasn't. So that I do support that going ahead for that reason alone. I think that they need to have all the information to make informed decisions to be able to bring to us. And then in terms of the setback, personally, that's not something I'm going to worry about unless for some reason it coincides with the site triangles and there's ways to make that better. I don't know, but that's not a hill I want to die on. So I'm okay if you folks are given leeway on that one. So I don't know where council sits on that third one either. I think it's worth a discussion whether or not to keep it in here tonight. Maybe we have a few more questions to staff on it, or maybe we just leave it in so it's worked out. But those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Councillor Logan. So I haven't spoken yet, so I'm going to do that first, and then I'll go to Councillor for any follow-up. So I feel we're pretty much there in terms. So I'm going to do this a bit out of order because the parking is controlled, which is why I asked that. Tenants who have certain vehicles would work out with the property management if they need a car and where the best place to put it, and they would be assigned accordingly. If a tenant does require a larger vehicle, that's why we do have, Sooke has allowed secondary suites in single family units. And that's where you'll see someone with a work van or a work truck or other additional vehicles perhaps seek that accommodation instead, where the streetscape allows for the parking of those vehicles. So I have no problem with that. I do feel though that it should just be vetted by our staff so that we're all consistent there. So on that point, I agree with Councillor Logan's. Also with the variance from 3 to 1.5, there still is a 1.5 buffer. There's the sidewalk as well, and that's fine to me. The site triangles, I think that with what the applicant has provided, that triangle requirement has been met. Just looking at, but that's where I just would like to see the two drawings match up, because when I look at the staff drawings, it's like, okay, I see your point there on where it's hard to see around the corner with the blocks. But then when I see it lowered, the visibility is clear around that. And then also with the drawings provided with the streetscape, you'd be able to see whether you're driving or walking because of the width of the sidewalk around here. As a member of the public, Mr. Haldane pointed out, this is unserviced land and it's challenging topography. So this is where I love our design guidelines handbook. I think excellent work went into that, as well as our town center plan, the draft OCP, all of those things. But when they're ground truth into reality on what is physically on the land, that's where we come up with the individual nuances of the land and what makes them tough. This is a tough property to build on. The site is narrow, it's long, it's steep topography down to the water, and there's no servicing in place. And so it's a lot to bring those services in and also to hide the parking, which is something that we also wanted. So that's where I find those pieces are met. To Ms. Santowski's point, I completely agree. There are single women with children that are isolated in our more suburb parts of our community that don't drive and are stuck in reliance on the random transit service that we have, which would bring someone like me from Sun River into Sooke once a day. And and then you're stuck. We know that future transit plans have more transit coming around to service these residential areas, but in the meantime, people are stuck. Young people who would like to move out of their parents' basement are stuck in their parents' basement and walking to transit all the time. I see it all the time, all hours of the day on Phillips Road, taking their chances with bears and cougars at night. As you know, we're wild by nature. So that is it comes into mind when you're walking about at night. Yes, there are bears and the like, and even the lone wolf have come through the town center, but not as often. And so that's where providing housing options around our community, I feel, are important. In terms of the delays, I appreciate where you're coming from, but council has only begun to meet in person in this space with the public present this year. COVID just made meetings challenging. It was difficult to deliberate without the public present. I found that very difficult to do in my time. I felt like we were having an in-camera meeting that we had a webcast. It was the reality of the day. So everything slowed down and our staff were doing their utmost to keep the machines running as best as they could through what was a very challenging time and still is. So is it great? No, unfortunately it isn't. I'll quote our former minister who said in COVID, local governments were forced to build an airplane and fly it all at the same time. And for me, the airplane hasn't landed yet. It's still flying around and we're trying to make the best of everything in the circumstances. So I totally want to welcome you to Sooke. It is exciting to have something happen in our town center. We have done many things over the years, changing the CTC zones around, changing OCP designations, changing the zoning bylaw to attract development into our town core. And finally, we have someone who's willing to take that and to go with it. So it is, but then it gets down to the nuances and the challenges of the land and the servicing. And even getting our library through was difficult because it was raw, unserviced land. So those are things that we know took time to get to. So that's like, as I look at all of this, I'm like, okay, well, I think these things have been addressed. It's just, I know from sitting in this seat, when we go, okay, everything's met, and we pass a resolution that says, okay, then another hiccup arises, and then we see the applicant back again, because then something else is propped up that needs council's attention. So while I would say, okay, maybe I would vote against this or try to sever them so that we can debate them individually, I do think it's the case where we just need to have this back. Our staff have committed to working with you. They want to see your project go ahead. I think council also wants to see this project come to life and go ahead. I certainly do. I think it'll bring in the variety of housing choices that we need. We still have a need for more in terms of the residents that I get it. You've lived in a quiet street and there's more traffic coming your way. If there's potholes and service issues, we need to deal with that. Like, that's another road maintenance budget issue that we would need to deal with to ensure that your road is safe. In areas where near the schools perhaps, or in other areas where there's challenges, then we have addressed it through bylaw in terms of how can we make the street safer. So maybe there's no parking on one side and parking on the other as those things come up. But I think for renters that are seeking accommodation, then this provides them with a choice. And as others have said, I think of the Hope Center. So I was on council when the Hope Center was approved. This was a 5-story build out in the town center that had a parking variance. And there was never a parking problem in that building. Because of its proximity, only one tenant owned the car. And I happened to meet another young person who's delighted to have his own place and didn't have to live with his mother anymore. And could see views of the harbor. And he was just so proud, and she was proud that she had that opportunity and he could walk to work. The only time parking became a challenge was when the yoga studio opened up in there and everyone started driving for the services. Now that building has changed use and so forth, but it was things like the thrift store that brought vitality to the space. I think having a good discussion with our local Chamber of Commerce will give you a sense of what types of commercial spaces are needed right here and now. I also think that the 3-meter sidewalk will provide an unforeseen way for us to tap into the potential of Sooke. So I look at how pop-up markets have happened, interesting streetscapes like benches. You hear of the success of Sydney Market or Moss Street Market. Those are all on busy existing streets that pop up for these types of events. Our country market pops up, the night market pops up, and there's other ways of, and that's why that 3-meter sidewalk was so important within town, because it would provide a way to connect people with the townscape that don't necessarily live there. I think unique furniture and the like, as noted by Ms. Santoskowski, is important. When people are walking about, they want a place to sit for a while, tie their shoes and to visit with a friend or whatever. Or even tenants, may just want an opportunity to sit outside for a while and not be stuck in their own space. We are seeing a creative through COVID. One of the positives is just how so much is now transitioned to an online environment and things are coming up creatively online at home. Maybe that's web design, maybe it's social media influencing. I don't really know what that is. Or YouTube channels that people have met success with, or other sorts of crafts and the like that people are doing online. There's a whole other world and a creative economy on there that we're just starting to learn and hear more about. But anyway, I just want to welcome you here. In terms, I'm just going to ask a question back to staff though, in terms of these things, the parking, and it goes back to Councillor Logan's point on some of these to see where council is sitting. I'm wondering if it would make sense to sever these and to actually get a resolution from council on these one way or the other in terms of what was provided by the applicant in parking. Does that satisfy what you needed for parking, or does it make sense to direct this back? I'm just mindful that I do want to move this along. I want to move it, but I don't want to hit a delay now that sets you back. So I'm just trying to find a way to move this forward a bit.
Yes, council can sever off the variances if they want to deal with certain ones separately. I guess the only comment I'll add is that if something requires a technical analysis, then certainly staff are fine with coming back to council. If this is something that council is supportive of, but before granting the variance, they want to ensure all technical matters have been addressed, staff can take a look at that and confirm it and bring it forward in future.
Okay, if this goes back to like, so if this resolution passes, you'll be able to take all of this and the feedback from where council is and come back to us fairly soon? I know there's some other nuances of things that you're still working through.
If council is to support any of the variances tonight, that will give direction to the applicant of what they can continue to design around based on variances that are supported. But overall, the amount of time that it will take to come back to council is dependent on working with the applicant on the design guideline pieces. And again, I'm not sure which variances councils are going to support, but for those ones that aren't going to be supported, what does that mean for the applicant, and then redesigning something potentially? So it's,
Oh, I see.
it will lie in the hands of the applicant based on what their design is going to look like following tonight's meeting.
So in this case, it would be best then for council to sever this so that you have direction and the applicant does too.
Either that or to give staff direction to consider certain aspects. If council wants staff to consider certain pieces before granting the variances, we can work with the applicant based on whatever revised technical information they want to submit to see if it will meet staff bylaw requirements.
I see. I'm just a bit interrupted here because I understand that after this item, okay. Okay, that's fine. Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Logan.
Just for clarity, and thank you for asking that, because that was sort of the question that popped up in my mind as you were speaking. For instance, let's say the variance for the parkade. If we, well, I don't know, if we're doing this all together, we're denying the issuance of the variance with these in mind. But let's say that it turns out the only way to make it the parkade work is that it is 6.5 meters. Does that mean, and staff and the applicants go through this and agree that that's the case? Does our denying of this now completely negate that option from coming forward again?
That would be the, see, and that's where that's.
I don't want to go there.
No,
Yeah.
so that's where the language, I mean, this is, you know, when we conclude tonight, this is what they go with. And in this case, it's not, right? So that's where that would not, yeah, that's exactly what you said there.
So based on the variances that have been presented on the screen here, if council is not in support, then they are worded as such that council can make that decision to give direction back to the applicant to make changes on their proposal based on not having council support for that variance. Alternatively, if there is something that council would like staff and the applicant to consider, council could direct staff to work with the applicant to determine if, for example, 6.5 meter maneuvering aisle width can be accommodated within the parkade. So then we will take the turning templates at that point, analyze them, ensure that if they meet all necessary requirements for turning radius, that we can come back in support of that turning radius variance.
Okay, I want to find a positive, like some positive language in this, because this sort of, this still shuts it down to me, even if, right? It needs to be, we need different language in here in order to move this ahead, in my view.
Yes, and that was the purpose of having that consideration, so that gives good direction back to the applicant to know that they can continue working on those certain design elements like the
Right.
6.5 meter maneuvering aisle width.
Okay.
Without making a decision specifically tonight.
Right, so in that case, I think my advice to council would be to defeat this or to withdraw it and to put something different forward. We needed to get something so that we can talk about it. I mean, that's just our procedures, right? Is to be able to comment, is having a motion on the floor to speak to or against. So that was kind of why I read it out and pushed it this way. Councillor St. Pierre.
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said. I am looking at these three variances, and it seems to me that staff has just received information on at least two of them, specifically the maneuvering in the aisle and some different drawings in terms of the site triangles. And I think based on the feeling I've gotten from council, there's also a willingness to accept the 1.5 meter setback, which is not a safety concern or a design concern, simply an aesthetic concern, which is valid, but it seems that we're willing to accept that in order to get the benefits of this particular project. So it seems to me that in terms of what we want staff to do, we want them to take the information that is now presently available from the applicant and potentially come back to council with a new recommendation.
Yeah, so it may be the case where maybe a motion to postpone this decision.
If I might, your worship, if it's council's intention to, I just want to make sure that I'm clear on the motion that's being made, which is to deny not the whole project, but just the issuance this evening, and that council then direct staff and the applicant to work together. So it's not a denial of anything per se. It's simply, as you say, a request to go back and talk more about it. Is that a common understanding that we have?
Well, it's just for me, I think there's some other pieces within the development permit that need to be worked through. And so I do agree that there's an ability to improve the facade with whether that's artwork or even to reach out to the Sooke Arts Council or some of our local talent just to see and to have that as almost like a blank canvas to work with, as opposed to it just being blank. Or in some of the pictures that are included here, there's ways of just making it interesting, and the applicant has provided some ways to make it visually interesting. And then in terms of the other two, they all seem to be met to me, but in terms of there was a comment about the metal. Well, we see the corrugated metal or whatever it is at our Sooke Brewing Company, and it looks fantastic. For example, I think it really captures what our town looks like. So those are all good things to have. But I think it's the case of just working through the remainder of these things, as quickly as we can. And that's where I'm just stuck. Just procedurally, I need to untangle this because the language to me doesn't sit well. I would be voting against this because I don't want to deny the development permit. And I don't feel my vote would not be to stick to these things, because I think I'm okay with at least two of them and potentially the third, as long as I can because what would the applicant provided versus it satisfies the third. But I just need our technical expertise to vet it to be 100% sure.
So given all that, perhaps the best motion would be to defer the decision until the 27th. Okay, I'll turn it back to Mr.
Yeah, so I can't say for certain if we were to defer decision on this matter, what date that would come back. As I had stated previously, there's other design elements that we'd want to provide the applicant time to make those necessary revisions. So it would be at that point where applicant and staff are both in agreement on bringing that proposal forward, noting that they've met all of the necessary guidelines that are still outstanding tonight. So it was the applicant's request to appear tonight to have an opportunity to bring the proposal before council. We noted that we were not in support at the staff level of the three variances, and that there were still outstanding development permit guideline items that need to be addressed. We noted that we couldn't support those variances, but we still want to continue working on the development permit as a whole. And so if council wants to give direction to staff on addressing some of those variance items, council doesn't need to make a decision on those variances, but to at least provide direction to staff and the applicant to understand that those items may be considered subject to staff's technical analysis, and then we'll continue working on the other development guideline items that need to be incorporated.
Okay, so then a postponement motion.
Yes, I'm just suggesting that we don't have a specific date. It was just mentioned that the next council meeting, which would likely be too soon to return at that time.
Okay, so then we could table it and not define a particular meeting date. In this case, the applicant can provide this, the parking piece tomorrow or later tonight. But if we tabled it to an upcoming meeting, then we could, then it doesn't say specifically postponing, I understand, is a particular date in mind. And if you can't make the next council meeting, then at least if we tabled it, then it's still being worked up.
Ultimately, that's what staff is seeking, is additional time to work with the applicant to bring forward a proposal that can be supported at the staff level.
Okay, so, okay, looks like some language is coming in here. Councillor Beddows?
Yeah, I made the motion, so I think I should speak to it. I'm not sure just exactly postponing it or not, but when it comes to the site triangles, they may have offered something, but staff has to analyze that. And I'm not qualified to make that decision. And the same with the maneuverability, the 7.5 to 6.5, again, that's where we need staff to have it. The last one, the 3 meters to 1.5, I really don't have a real hard opinion on that. I could care less, to tell you the truth, if it went to 1.5. But I think overall, I think this all has to go back to staff to work out those fine details before it comes back to us. I don't have that expertise. I don't know about turn radiuses. That's where we rely on these individuals, which we pay to come back with that. I think they've heard enough now, and our applicant has heard enough that basically we're very close. Yeah. But we do need those fine details. But I'm not sure. I don't want to see just saying blank no on those 3 things, because they may be all right once staff analyzes the new data. So if a postponement does it, then I will withdraw my motion and make a new one. But I'm not so sure. I mean, postponement to where? Usually when you table something, it has to come up at the next meeting. But that's.
Well, and that's what it doesn't.
Doesn't it?
Our
Okay.
corporate officer is shaking her head. So
Okay.
that's where she has put in some revisions. So in this sense, Ms. Machado, would it make sense to add this as an amendment then? Or to withdraw the first
This
motion?
would just be a new motion. The existing one would still be on the table
Okay.
for consideration when the revised design comes back.
Okay, so this is like an amendment then? Because we haven't voted on the
Yes.
first motion, so I'm looking, this is an amendment. Okay, so this would be an amendment then, that council postpone the decision on the development permit application for 6645 Sooke Road until staff and the applicant can bring back a revised design. So moved by Councillor Logans and seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. And so I'll let you speak to it first as a mover.
You have eloquently said what's on my mind, so I will just say that it would be smart for us to postpone this. I feel like we are, as Councillor Beddows said, on the right track towards making some good decisions on this one. It wouldn't be a good idea for us to say no to these variances right now. I don't think there's enough information on either side for us to make that decision tonight, but I really do want that decision to happen swiftly for the applicant so that they can get a move on this project. So I hope that we can communicate well on both sides and get it going.
Okay, Councillor St. Pierre. You're good. Okay, so yeah, so Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, as the seconder of the original motion, have we withdrawn that motion?
No, it's on the floor. This is an amendment to your motion that's on the floor.
Okay, so should it be melded into the existing amendment so I can see it all at once?
No, that's counts. It's a new motion.
Okay, I don't, but that's fine.
Sorry, procedurally, it's like an amendment in the sense that we vote on it while there's still a motion on the floor.
Correct. Getting nods from our legal expertise. Okay, so what this does is then it allows, and then in terms of the direction to staff, you've heard where we're sitting on this. So I'm looking, just, that's what I will be looking for when this comes back, that this information provided tonight has been received. Just a way to marry those 2 pieces, those 3 items are varying together. You see where council sits on most of these, and we're split. If we need to, when it comes back to us, make a hard decision, we will at that time. I think that we're there, and I'd really like to see this project keep rolling forward. So I think this is the way to do it. Okay, anything further on this? Okay, so it's been moved and seconded, correct? Yes. Okay, so I'll call the question on this because we're not deciding on the first one because the postponement now is moved ahead. Okay, so all those in favor of postponing? And that's unanimous. Okay. And then that concludes this item for now. The other issue's been dealt with. Okay, but I still think that there is a need for a health break as it's 9:20. So I'm sorry to members of the public. It's just welcome to council meetings. This is what we do on Monday night till all hours in the evening. So it's important that we hear from everyone and we make good decisions, but we also need to take a break in between so we can be focused and present. So council, they left 7 minutes. Thank you. And gentlemen, you can leave now, but you're always welcome to stay with us right through to the end of the meeting.
That was a great discussion. Oops.
Okay, everyone, if I could ask you to make your way back to your seats and then we'll get on with the rest of our meeting, please. Thank you to those that are still in the room. Okay. So we'll move on here into item 7, which is adoption of minutes. We have meeting minutes, May 16th, Committee of the Whole, May 24th, regular meeting of council. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre and seconded by Councillor Bateman. Thank you. Any questions or corrections about the minutes? Oh, go ahead, Councillor Bateman.
Just a few. Now, with the May 16th minutes, which was the OCP review, will we see specific notes regarding the conversation? It's a very general, non-specific summary.
All of the changes that council made were tracked by the deputy corporate officer and the director of planning, and those will be amalgamated into the revised version of the document, is my understanding.
And we'll be getting track changed version of that, so we can see the changes in live time. Question.
I believe that's a little bit more complicated than it would be because I think the OCP has been created in the publisher format and not in Word. So whether or not we're able to do track changes in publisher, I just don't know. It's not a format I'm familiar with.
So the idea was that we would bring forward a table indicating which pages have been changed, just so you can track them that way. As the CEO mentioned, the program that we're using, it doesn't track changes where people are more familiar with, like in a Word document. It doesn't have that capability. It starts shifting things around. It's a little bit clunkier. So we'll have the table at least as a reference point for tracking those changes.
Okay, anything else on the minutes? I'll call the question. All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Item 8, report of the Chief Administrative Officer, Mr. Schaefer.
There's nothing to bring forward tonight, Your Worship. One of the things we were working on is item 11. There were a couple of other items that I was preparing to send to council outside of this format, but it's been a busy couple of weeks. We've had a number of events and there are more to come. One of the most important things I think I did over the past 2 weeks was attend a regional emergency planning session at the CRD office last Friday downtown, where CAOs from around the region were gathered to look at plans for emergency responses and see if, in case there's a tsunami or say how best to communicate with each other so that we share information, accurate information in a timely fashion, and make sure that the decision makers are able to make decisions on the fly. So that was, that was a morning, and it was really interesting exercise. But emergency management is something that I place quite a high priority on.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you very much for that update. We'll move on then to item 9, which is our public question and comment period. So for everyone sitting in the gallery today, this then applies to all remaining items on tonight's agenda. So would anyone like to speak to any of these items? And if so, please just turn on the microphone, introduce yourself, and love to hear from you. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council, staff, members of the public. My name is Ivana Klartuch. I'm a representative of Westbrook Consulting. Also the owner of the Viewpoint Estates, Ian Lang. I'm here to answer any questions you may have about the item 11.4, any technical questions. I would also like to ask the council that should you refer staff's recommendation to public hearing, that the following public hearing and this final council decision be held as soon as it can possibly be scheduled. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for being here today, and we'll call on you should there be some questions at that time. Thank you. Other members of the public here tonight?
Hi, I'm Britt Santelski and I live in Sooke. And just talking to item 11.1, John Phillips Memorial Park. I missed the meeting clearly because you guys have postponed it, but because I have an opportunity to speak on it, I would like to. The activity that was done, they achieved, the group opposed to the Sooke Lions moving in there got 9.2%, I think, of the public vote. And the cutoff mark is 10%. And I think, yeah, and I think that calls on council to make that decision in support of the 90% who did not participate or who silently approved or vocally approved. So that's my opinion on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Santowski.
Danny Willis, Sooke Lions, and here to answer any questions you have on the park proposal that we have. The Sooke Lions, as you know, make all our decisions what's best for Sooke. The Murray Road property, we had a number of opportunities. We still have a number of opportunities to use that. There's a lot of misinformation in the ARP process that was circulated around that you were giving up park for a clubhouse for a private group, which is utter nonsense, of course, that we wanted a clubhouse, we could build it on the property we have. We looked at what's best for Sooke, for holding events, for having another hall space, for having other assets in the community, such as daycare and emergency planning capabilities. And we felt that this was the best project for that. And we continue to think that. So when the item comes up, if you have any questions, I'll be able to answer those for you.
Thank you, Mr. Willis.
Hello, my name is Ian Lang. I'm the developer of 7044 Maple Park Terrace. We have a covenant amendment coming on the agenda later tonight. So I just want to let you know I am here for any comments or questions that you may have, but I also wanted to just kind of bring forward a few points about the covenant amendment and why we're here. The initial covenant that was written in 2017 had a section in it that spoke to, after the completion of phase 2, that we would bring to staff a detailed trail report for future phases. We have been working with staff for well over a year to do that. And that's part of the covenant amendments in the future phases for phase 4, 5, 6, and 7, which is approximately 100 remaining lots with quite a bit of trail. The initial zoning required a 34% park dedication. And when you look at what we've submitted, it's actually 37% park dedication. So we actually gave above what was required. To date, we've delivered and built 50 lots that have all been built on. We have 24 lots that are built, ready to be registered. Unfortunately, until this covenant amendment is pushed through, those lots sit, and we cannot get them registered until this is completed. Each phase moving forward, the development requires a submittal to staff of both a development permit and a building permit in order to move forward. So staff has not only this covenant amendment, but they have each opportunity on each phase to address anything they want on each phase. So we're really hoping we can push this through quickly to allow us to register the 24 lots that are waiting for the Sooke builders. They're all pre-sold, so they're very anxious to build their homes. So I will be in the gallery if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lang. Thank you for attending tonight.
Do you want me to push the button?
Yes, if you
Yeah.
don't mind. Thank you. Any other speakers this evening? This is your only other time to speak on the agenda. Except for those who are related to applications, in which case we would want to invite you forward. So, okay, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, everybody. That brings us to item 10, our consent agenda. There's just the correspondence. So the recommendation is that item number 10.1 be adopted by general consent. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Logans. Any discussion items? Seeing none, all in favor, and that's unanimous. Thank you. So next up is, did I hear somebody? No? Okay. Item 11, reports. 11.1 is the John Phillips Memorial Park update. So in this case, Councillor Beddows has recused himself when it pertains to Lions specifically. However, the piece around the charrette would not require him to step out. So as staff present, could you just separate those items so that we can determine when he needs to exit?
Of course, your worship. Thank you. Just to reiterate what's in the report, at the last regular meeting of council, motion was made for council to consider a charrette as part of the public engagement process leading to a master plan for John Phillips Memorial Park. That motion was postponed before it was voted on so that we could bring back a more informative report than council received at the last meeting. Tonight's report does that, we hope, and contains 3 recommendations that will reflect our discussions with the Sooke Lions Club in regard to public engagement. If the postponed motion passes, that to consider a charrette, that renders the other 3 motions moot. So it would be staff's recommendation to council, and it is staff's recommendation to council, that the postponed motion be defeated so that council is then able to consider the 3 recommendations that taught the report. Those recommendations are that council direct staff to support the Sooke Lions Club in a public engagement effort regarding their proposal for a community amenity facility within John Phillips Memorial Park, specifically a town hall event in September 2022. And so before I get carried away, I'm going to stop and allow council to make their decision on whether or not they want to entertain those motions at all. Sorry about that.
No, that makes sense. It's just so we can allow for Councillor Beddows to participate, because these are 2
Correct.
different items. Okay, Councillor Bateman.
Can I move that to get it on the floor? This,
Well, it is technically
It is
on the floor now
Oh, it is.
because it was
It's moved.
postponed. So that's where
Okay.
it's now on the floor.
Correct.
Moved and seconded already. So it's come before us. So and then we heard from our CAO why defeating it
Would be the best course.
would be the best course in order to move forward. Yeah. So discussion? Yeah, this is what happens when it's postponed, right? Councillor St. Pierre?
Some questions about this. At least the way I was seeing it, the charrette was actually meant to essentially provide programming for a potential building in the park to determine, based on community input, what sort of functions would be wanted in the building. I don't understand quite why it would make the other 3 motions moot. The charrette is basically strictly information that would actually be useful for a master plan. The others are very specifically for the development of facility to be developed by the Lions. One of them is a community charrette to determine what's needed in the park. The other is different, but could actually assist, is what I'm thinking. So I'm curious about the moodiness of it all. If you could comment.
I can try without wading too far from the issue. If we decide to proceed with, if staff's directed to proceed with the charrette, that will draw other proposals, other issues that might arise regarding the park to a halt. It will take time to design, and it will be costly exercise in terms of staff time, as well as bringing in a consultant to manage the charrette. During that time, it's hard for me not to wade into the other issue. So, yeah.
I want to make sure we get all of the information, and if it requires us discussing both sides, we have to discuss both sides.
Okay, thank you. I'll just share though, this is, my understanding is a charrette is not in this year's budget.
Correct.
And it's not a strategic priority of councils. So at this stage, what are you willing to drop to entertain this? And when is this gonna happen? So where's the money gonna come from? And what other items do we drop in order to enable this to happen this year? Or it doesn't, in which case we give recommendation to the next council to make that determination. Because then it would go into that next budget cycle. So in which case, anything that follows will just stop. Correct? Like, and nothing else happens on this whatsoever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe just clear the area. If I could just make a statement in regards to the charrette, and then I'll leave the room and you can have a more full body dealing with the Lions thing, if that's okay with you. Yeah, I think if we go into a charrette now, it isn't in our strat plan. I would not have any problems going into a charrette next year, providing this issue that you're going to be dealing with shortly is dealt with. That issue has been going on for 3.5 years. You've gone to a reverse referendum. I don't want to get into the details of that. But you have set a course. It was set with council knew that course. They set their priorities, and then to throw a charrette in that. I understand Councillor St. Pierre's wish is just to gather information. I think that after this issue is dealt with, the charrette could be useful in determining what other uses you want to do for that the public wants in that John Phillips Park. But you did go through a referendum, and 90-something% were in favor of proceeding. And I think you're duty bound to look at that issue before you start dealing with the charrette. And with that being said, I'll depart.
Thank you, Councillor Beddows, and we will find you.
Oh, somewhere else. We'll sit in the stair later.
Okay. Okay, maybe we'll phone if we can't find you easily.
There it is.
Thank you, Councillor Beddows.
Okay, Councillor Bateman, you to.
So through you to staff, a master plan for John Phillips Memorial Park would involve full public engagement. Is that correct?
One would hope, yes.
One would hope. And so it would effectively duplicate, or the charrette in as many words would be part of that process.
It would depend, I think, how the charrette was designed, but
right,
potentially it would duplicate.
Okay. And yeah, so, well, that's a comment, so I won't make it.
There is a motion on the floor, so you can comment, because this is where it's weird, because we haven't moved or seconded tonight, but it already has been. So you are welcome to comment now, because it is on the floor.
Yeah, I think, reflecting back to Ms. Santowski's comment that it's, 9.2% of Sooke voted in that process, AAP process. And as I said at the last meeting, it strikes me that there's the horse and the cart. So the horse in this case would be, I'll let go of that metaphor. I think really we need to do the master plan for John Phillips Memorial Park and ensure public will is present for the Lions component of it. Just having heard from 2 former mayors and former councillors and people within the community who had questions that had not been addressed as of yet. So I'm just curious about the running order here.
Well,
Am I making any sense whatsoever?
So if I may just try to help with this, is what Mr. Schaefer is saying is that the first the postpone motion is just out of alignment with these other pieces. And so that's where the recommendation is to defeat that motion. It's here in front of us because at the last meeting, we just didn't have all that information. And now staff have provided it. That's why we postponed it. So now that they're coming in with the information that we were missing, there's a different set of recommendations here that would enable us to move forward with the Lions proposal or not, but at least allow for that community engagement to happen. So there is still community engagement occurring with this, but the focus is around working with the Lions Club within John Phillips Memorial, as opposed to parking that and doing this instead, and then seeing whether or not the new charrette would inform it in this way. For myself, you mentioned the two mayors. One of them was mayor and presided when it was zoned to be an active park. Also put together the John Phillips Memorial Trust Committee and invited the Lions to participate in that process. The park at that time included a bike skills park, a horseshoe park, a gazebo for weddings, events, some form of a community amenity or service building, and the green space, including a dog park. So all of that were under one mayor's time. The second mayor mentioned also, so the Sooke Bike Club, along with the Sooke Slow Food Cycle and then Transition Sooke, came forward seeing the need to improve cycling, brought forward the ideas of a bike skills park. Council of the day supported that, but then the mayor changed his mind and the whole thing was stopped and canceled, and council voted a different way and then directed them to do that over at Sea Park, despite a town hall at the community hall that had many youth wanting to be close to where they live and being active in plain sight, not hidden in a gully. And then the horseshoes were pushed out completely. And so another mayor also did a stop work on the horseshoe pitch that was under design at Sooke River Park. So I hear you mention that, and they have written in the paper, not present at council, but has certainly written into the paper. However, when I look at decisions made in a public way through our agendas and the time that I sit here and the meeting minutes from when they presided, it tells me something different. Yes, the town is changing and we're growing, and certainly there is a need to preserve park space, but there is still also a need for community amenities. That was proven in a 2014 referendum where we asked the community, do you support us getting more, something along the lines of, do you support the District of Sooke working on more community space, something like that, of which an overwhelming amount of people said, yes, can you get on with it? Because also in those years when the Prestige Hotel was built, there was a partnering agreement which allowed for the district to control a certain amount of meeting spaces and have access to meeting space for free, so many rooms, so many times a month over a 5-year cycle. My understanding at that time was that that was to give council and the community time to plan out other needs of space. So we commissioned studies and reports and plans of where we need to build more community space. And so that's 5 turned into 6 years, went by very quickly, and is no longer available. But I do get asked all the time on how folks can access meeting space within the Prestige, but they're booked solid with weddings and other private events and so forth, as was their intent. Meanwhile, we're growing and we're still short on community spaces. As we know, when we even try to host something, we can't even find any space that's accessible and safe to do so. So that's, I'm reacting a bit to that, but I think that's where, meanwhile, as early as 2009, the Lions have approached the district in wanting to champion and do something for the community, because even when they proposed doing a Habitat for Humanity project, even through an open house and not a decision made at council, there was also overwhelming support to maintain a park space in that area for the town center. So that's kind of what brings us to today. So I just wanted to, and in terms of other counselors, well, we all have opinions, don't we? And past and present and so forth. So it's here in this domain, though, that we need to, yes, we're informed by anything that we hear and see and pick up and read outside. But I'm also just looking at what's in front of us. And so sometimes when I see other former elected, I'm like, well, that's interesting because your record says something different. So when it mattered here, why did you vote this way or that way? I'll leave it at that, but go ahead.
So thank you for all that. And my only fear is polarizing a community as much as there were those, that's a fear. And that I'm just, I want a mediated solution. So my thought was, I've long thought maybe a referendum question on this matter. However, I'm through you to staff. What are the logistics of that?
Through your worship to Councillor Bateman. I know that you kind of put that forward at a previous meeting. I don't know that the answer to the question has to be yes or no. So the question is, are we able to get a simple enough question that can get across what we're trying to get the answer to? And I'm not sure that's possible. I've given it some thought and I'm not sure.
I'll just add the other part of this here is to hopefully address the concerns that you have. And so within the other recommendations that are in front of us here, staff to support the Lions in the public engagement effort regarding their proposal specifically in September. So hopefully more spaces, to hire someone to assist to facilitating the town hall. So it would be that mediated safe place of expression. And then to bring forward the development of a master plan as part of the 23 deliberations. It is dated now and things are changing. And some of the uses that were proposed in the old one have relocated elsewhere. We have an excellent dog park in place. The bike park is in place. The horseshoes have a home. And we've also learned about that where the gazebo, for example, for weddings and the like, is a very boggy area. Like even when we looked at having a picnic there, it's so boggy, it's not a suitable place to build. So learning those pieces over time have also changed, riparian setbacks and the like and so forth are not easy. At the same time, we also now have the development of the old Mulligan site well underway. And so there was a lot of confusion early on. Is that where it's going to be? Is it here? Is it there? We also, many think, oh, what about on that corner? Well, that belongs to the development across the street. That's not active or live now, but it's getting that proper information. So some of it would be, here's what they're thinking. And also for some of the correspondence that comes in, things have changed or this has changed. Something like this would enable us to just sift out what is factual, to Mr. Willis's comments about the misinformation. A referendum question, well, it's a good idea, then has us all guessing and spreading misinformation. This actually provides an opportunity to be, here's what they're thinking, here's what they have planned, and to have something, I think, that's more, maybe able to even be outside in the park, which would be nice. It'll maybe stop raining one day or whatever, we'll get used to it. But to actually have it in the park and to say, here's the area in question, maybe they could stake it off. And so it's not like the whole park, it's this particular area, and then there's more clarity over where it is and have that free-flowing conversation with the public. So I think that's where the pieces don't collide. So that's where staff has come forward with this next set of recommendations. But it's still up to council because we're dealing with the postponed one in front of us first. Councillor St. Pierre.
Thank you. That's a lot of context. So I guess the charrette, first of all, was proposed by the Land Use Development Committee. And personally, I quite like the idea of a building in the park that would actually provide amenities and allow people to have programming in the park that would keep people from traveling to Langford and other parts. I think that's important. But at the same time, it was made very clear to me by pretty much every member of the Land Use Committee that there were significant concerns over the project as it was presented. And initially, and I think Ryan Willis pointed out to it, there was a lot of misinformation during the alternative approval process. A lot of people were thinking things were very much different from the way they were. And so I looked at the 9.13% and I thought, well, a lot of that's because people were scared and they were scared of the wrong things, or they didn't know what was going on quite because of the bad information. But then the Land Use Development Committee came forward and put forward some very well thought out concerns that I felt that if they were really in the community, might have made a difference. At this point in time, we do have a mandate, but I do feel that it's extremely important to be quite transparent so that the community can really feel that it's heard in terms of what sort of programming wants to go into that building, if there's going to be a building. I think that as soon as our staff is working with the Lions on the engagement process, it really looks fairly predetermined. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, and I'm open to discussing that. But I have a concern about that because it looks like it's a done deal. And is it a done deal? I don't know. I understand very clearly the frustration that based on what would amount to a minority, a very large park in the community, which should be serving the entire community, has basically been left fallow with activities that should have been happening there, like the horseshoe pitch and the bike park and a lot of other things. But instead, some pressure from the community came up, and then once again, a very, very large asset of the community is not being utilized anywhere near what it could be or should be. I think that we have an opportunity here, and I don't know that the shred is the right way. I don't know that the staff recommendation is the right way, but we have to make sure the community is heard on this. And whatever the community has to say about it has to at least make its way into what's going to go happening forward. And so that is my concern, one way or another, because I don't know that with the pandemic, with the APP happening in August, with what I feel like not all segments of the community properly aware of what was going on, I think we have to make sure this is done right.
Okay, so Councillor Logan's, any comments? We have the postponed motion, so. Councillor Bateman?
Yeah, so Councillor St. Pierre's comments there about perception. So when staff supports the Sooke Lions Club, is that just a matter of booking the hall and advertising the event and definitely not advocating one way or the other?
That's correct, Your Worship. Our intent is to, as I hope the report would indicate, supporting the Lions and holding a town hall event, preferably even in the park with the areas in question staked out, so as to dispel the rumors that it's going to take up 30% of the park, which is something I've heard. To support them in selecting a consultant who we wouldn't employ, but that the Lions would employ. And to provide them with context with some storyboards potentially, and some of the history of the park, but not, it's very clearly not advocate for or against the project. The intent is to separate the Lions' desires from the referendum potentially, and to allow the public to provide feedback to the Lions, which they would then share with us. They would make a decision on their project. They would share that information with us potentially as we went forward to create the the master plan in the next budget year, because clearly it can't happen this year. We can't begin it this year. So it's just not in the cards until 2023. That entire process needs to be budgeted for and have the correct resources allocated to it. So that was why I met with members of the Lions Club a couple of weeks ago to discuss the plans, and Mr. Willis is here to hopefully back me up on that they felt that was a good idea. Certainly that was the impression that staff got, and we would provide support but not conduct the event.
Okay, So I'm going to go to the motion that's on the floor, and that is that council consider a charrette as part of the public engagement process leading to a master plan for John Phillips Memorial Park. So this is the postponed one, and so we'll deal with that, and then we'll see where the rest of this goes. Okay, so that's already been moved and forwarded, brought forward tonight. Call the question, all in favor? Those opposed? That's unanimously defeated. Okay, so the next part then, and these can be done together then, is that council directs staff to support the Sooke Lions Club in public engagement efforts regarding their proposal for a community amenity facility within John Phillips Memorial Park, specifically a town hall event in September 2022. That council directs staff to assist the Sooke Lions Club in hiring a consultant to facilitate the town hall event. And that council directs staff to bring forward a development of a master plan for John Phillips Memorial Park as part of the 2023 budget deliberations. Sure, it's not moved, so why don't you do that and then move it?
Thank you. Just for clarity for the public, I think staff and council have an idea, but perhaps that council directs staff to assist the Sooke Lions Club in their hiring of a consultant. So, because it does sort of seem like it could be that we're hiring. So if we say in their hiring of a consultant, it means we're a bit more collaborative. But, and then I'll move that as written.
Okay, they're hiring, we just need an of in front of
Oh,
a.
yes, sorry.
Okay, moved by Councillor Logans, and then I'll get a seconder and then you can speak to it. Seconded by Councillor Bateman. Go ahead, Councillor Logans.
Yeah, I think it would be great for us to be included in the engagement efforts. I think it's wonderful that the Lions are willing to do that. And I think it's prudent that we join them in that. And I love the idea of having it in the park as well, if that's feasible, because it would really help people visualize it. And I think that was the intent of us gathering more community input, was for the visual aspect of it, whether that's on paper, how you can see the first floor, second floor, etc., but also seeing the space and what will be taken out. Because I think a lot of confusion happens around which part is the park in that corner as well. So even looking at the maps we have here, it is hard to tell that part of it isn't the park. And that can cause a lot of confusion. I have nothing to say about the second piece. I think I've already said that. And man, I wish I would have moved these separately because I kind of don't agree with the third one. I feel like it's pointless after this, because I don't really know how much more we can fit into this park. But I'd like to hear your thoughts on it.
Mr. Schaefer?
I believe the Parks and Trails Master Plan requires that, which council's adopted, requires that we provide a master plan for John Phillips Memorial Park, regardless of the outcome of this particular issue that's in the plan for the Parks and Trails Master Plan.
Okay, Councillor St. Pierre? Or sorry, I should go to Councillor Bateman as a seconder. Just hold on a second.
So yes, my horse and cart metaphors and reservations and polarization were really well addressed. Thank you, Mayor, when you mentioned a mediated safe space for this conversation to proceed. And yes, so that's my thought.
And that's typically what our role is in having a town hall event, is that it is a safe opportunity for everyone to express their concerns. Thank you. Councillor St. Pierre.
Thank you. I agree with the resolutions as they stand, but I'm of a mind with Councillor Logans on the third portion, because one of the things that's come up recently is I was looking at a building that had to go up and talking to an architect, and I learned a new word, programming. Said, what's your program for the building? I had no idea what she was talking about, but it seems that she really believed that I needed to know what was going to happen in the building before you tried to decide what the building was going to be looking like and built. What are the specifications? What's the program? I think the master plan in some ways provides the program in terms of what wants to happen. Otherwise, you're building the building and then you've decided what the program is. So in terms of the cart before the horse, I don't know. Essentially, we are deciding on at least a large number of things to happen in the park simply by putting up a building and then deciding what functions are going to be facilitated by the building. That's going to determine a good chunk of the master plan. If we have it in our master plan that we should have a, if we have it in our transportation master plan that we should have a plan for the park, but we already make these kinds of really critical decisions beforehand. I think it's not exactly what the master plan wants, what the parks master plan wants, and it's certainly not allowing the community to have the input that they should in terms of, you know, the buildings in the park. So I agree with the town hall. I'd really like to get that input. I'd love to have a building in the park, but I do think that the process here is backwards.
Okay, thank you. I sort of disagree. I think in terms of the master plan, in terms of what's left with it, is there's still broom, blackberries, other invasive species growing in the park. So what other species do we want to focus on there? There's a whole variety of nesting birds. There's the odd bear that goes through there, and we've heard of residents in their draw to the pond. So what is actually in the pond? Is there bullfrogs in there that we weren't aware of that we need to deal with? Is there knotweed, which is a extremely invasive plant growing in there? Are folks releasing goldfish into this pond and seeing what happens? I don't know, because we haven't had that discussion. So what is going on in the ecosystem that is in the pond? In terms of events, what sort of events would we have there? So we've held movie in the park. Would that be something we would want to continue, or is that more now something that's transitioned to Sea Park because of the challenges we had finding the right hour, and then who's excluded and who can't participate because of how light it is in order to make it comfortable to sit outside? So is that something that would shift somewhere else, or is that something we would continue to do in summer as it's possible? We also, some would say we don't use the band shell at Ed McGregor often enough. Is there a way of directing the music festival over there instead, or is that still best to be held here locally? As the new building comes to life next to us, what other mitigating things do we need to take care of? You know, are more people drawn into the park? What more bear awareness, wild-wise stuff do we need to do to ensure that bears remain safe in the park and humans do as well? What sort of programming of children could occur in the park that people aren't aware of that they could do right now? So there's the country market. Do they prefer the grassy knoll up by the fire hall, or we would prefer to welcome them back here when the parking lot's done? Would that make the most sense? What about the dogs that are still roaming about? Is it time to put on leash in this park or not? I don't know. Maybe under command will prevail. I'm not sure. So there's also comments about, you know, dedication to plaques and so forth. Are those appropriate to continue to have in the park? Do we welcome more of that? Do we encourage more residents to sponsor a bench as tribute to a loved one because we need more places to picnic in the park and there's only the odd bench here or there? Are the benches adequately placed in this park? There's still tents showing up randomly throughout the park. So what do we deal with that? How do we make it safer then for others who don't feel comfortable using the park? What does safety by design in a park look like? Those are still outstanding questions that still need answers that we continually need to deal with. Is there another trail connection that we hadn't contemplated that should be contemplated to make it more accessible? Because it isn't so much right now. I don't know. So that's where I think, yes, there is that piece, but there's a lot we still don't know about John Phillips that would come to life. Where are we putting the sign to commemorate John Phillips? There's still no sign for the park at all. And that's been something we've been talking about. So where is the exact entrance to this park? Should the Lions Project come to be, would that be the main entrance? Would the main entrance be here next to Municipal Hall where it has traditionally used? Is there a different location? Where's the wayfinding all to go? Do we need another bathroom out in the park if we have more festivals and events? Where would be the best place to put those things? What? I don't know. I don't know these things. We don't have a plan. So I'm in favor of the motions. Go ahead, Councillor.
Oh, I'm just, we do have a plan. It was the 2006 plan, and I think that would be a good, great foundation for the discussion. So, yeah, I'm just amazed at the way you extemporize there. I don't know how you do that, but thank you.
It's a lot. Well, there's just more we don't know. I could go on, but I see the hour. We don't want to do that. Councillor St. Pierre.
I will make just one or two more comments, and that's simply that I do think that the community is desperately need additional amenities, period, end of sentence. That we're fortunate in that the Lions are potentially willing to help organize, project manage, and make it happen, if that's the way we end up going. So I feel good about that. It puts me in mind of the previous resolutions with regards to Brownsea Boulevard. We desperately need housing and we desperately need amenities. So how do we push forward? Want to call the question? Call the
As
question.
Councillor Logan's is cutting off debate and calling the question.
That
So that's what we're gonna do. Call the question. All those in favor? Okay, any opposed? That carries unanimously. Because someone who isn't voting either way is deemed to be in favor. So that would, I just didn't raise my hand because I'm chairing. So that's a 4. That's 4. There's no one opposed, so it's unanimous. Thank you. We can locate Councillor Beddows. He did take his phone with him, but I don't have his phone number, so that's not going to help. Okay, we're moving on to 11.2 remuneration rates for 2022 general local election.
Thank you, Your Worship. Staff are putting this one in front of council for consideration. The previous 2018 election was my first election here, and I'll have to say it was the first election that I didn't receive additional compensation for being the chief election officer. There's been the 2022 survey done of the Vancouver Island and CRD municipalities, and it has come to light that most of these municipalities are providing this additional remuneration, and the recommended rates are in line with the other municipalities, or it's the exact same, I believe, as North Saanich and Sydney, I believe. If you have any other questions, I'm happy to answer them. But
It's fine. I'm just, because the school trustees are on the same ballot as us, will they be contributing towards this cost?
not this particular one. We have an agreement with the school district. They pay for a portion of the ballot costs. That's been our historical agreement and what we have put in place for 2022.
I would suggest that going forward that, and it's not something for tonight, that should be reviewed. Because I feel that in some ways we're picking up a download from the school board.
Back before electricity, when I was still doing elections, it was written into the community charter and to the school act that the municipality was responsible for conducting the election. And so it's never been my experience that the school district would contribute to the costs of paying the election officers. However, there's always room for negotiation, but it's just not done very often.
Okay, that's fine. I didn't know that, but so be it. Okay. So that here we are then, that council set remuneration rates for the 2022 general local election as follows: chief election officer at 1,800, deputy chief election officer at 1,200. Councillor St. Pierre, moving. Okay, seconding. Councillor Bateman is seconded. Anything on the motion?
I'll just state that the staff report clearly shows that this is after hours activities on behalf of Ms. Temple and
That's correct.
her associate. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll call the question. All in favor, please. And that's unanimous. Thank you. Next up is item 11.3, participation in the CRD-led Clean BC Communities Fund Grant application.
Your worship, this issue is before you because council is required to give permission for 2 of the 8 electric vehicle charging stations to be allowed on municipal property. And those are going to be placed, I believe, in the parking lot here. And the other 6 that are being provided are going to be on other properties so that our concurrence isn't, or the council's concurrence isn't required.
Councillor St. Pierre.
Just want to move that council participate in the CRD-led Regional Public Electric Vehicle Charging Network Project grant application to the ICIP Clean BC Communities Fund Grant Program, and that council supply the municipally owned site identified in the attached site list to install 2 of the 8 EV level 2 public charging stations proposed in the district of Sooke.
That's moved and seconded by Councillor Bateman. Anything further, Councillor St. Pierre?
This is wonderful. We don't have to pay for it, and we get infrastructure we need. That's great.
Councillor Bateman, anything? So go ahead.
Thank you, worship. The only thing that I question there is having them here. I mean, the idea of those charging stations for orphaned people that did not have the ability to charge their car at home. And why would they come down here, park their car? Would it not be better if we could find a downtown spot where someone could come and an orphan and park their car, charge it and do shopping and go to the shops downtown? So I don't know. I kind of thought that this was a poor choice to put those 2 EV chargers. That's all. I mean, I certainly don't have a problem with participating in the CRD program. I just question the logic of putting 2 chargers here. As opposed, maybe there is no sites downtown. I don't know.
Well, I think it's more you could come to a council meeting and then charge your car while you're sitting in the gallery.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure that would be something everybody would want to do on a regular basis. Yeah, it's just the riveting stuff. Anyways, just a note for staff. I think at this point in time, we don't really have a whole lot of choice because we don't have another location. But I think for those orphaned chargers, which will be in the future, we need to find a spot that people can be downtown and go around.
Councillor St. Pierre.
Just following up on Councillor Beddows' comment, we have a new parking area that's going to be happening just adjacent down in the park. That might make a lot of sense. Less in the district parking and more in the park parking.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm going to call the question. Go ahead.
I believe we had to donate or confirm on municipal property. And there will be 2 chargers if this program goes ahead at the Legion and 4 at Sea Park. So those orphaned chargers, not orphan chargers. Anyway.
But we also have some at Village and Evergreen Mall anyway. So I think we just come to council, charge your car. All right. Call the question. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, next one up is covenant amendment for 7044 Maple Park Terrace, 2191 Mountain Heights.
Thank you. The covenant amendment before council tonight is related to Viewpoint Estates, and the amendments propose parkland dedication, trail linkages, design and construction, and the associated amenities within these park and trail locations. And phase 3 completion requires detailed trail planning to be submitted to the district for approval before they can proceed with the subsequent phases. So what's proposed with these amendments to the covenant? We're adding in a more detailed park and trails plan. There's the overall environmental reports that have been submitted and attached as schedules, which are very detailed based on the phases. Relocation of the playground amenity, which was proposed to be in phase 6 and now move to phase 7, and also that area be including a larger parking lot and also the associated costs with developing that playground area. There is the removal of the phase 3 trailhead. We've also added in language for park protection, remediation, and restoration based on current state of the parkland or future parkland area. Requiring a qualified environmental professional to oversee that construction of the trails and park remediation and restoration. Also to require additional studies prior to subdivision, and that also clarifies the stormwater language within the covenant and its associated requirements. Additional parkland dedication within the phase 4 component of the subdivision. Increasing the number of lots from 20 to 34, which range in size from 350 to 500 square meters. And limited options for the developer to bond for portions of impacted trail based on phases. So these would be identified at the time of the phase moving forward to determine that it wouldn't make sense to implement the trail at that time, that they could be bond for and then provided at a future date. Now, the existing covenant was a requirement of the August 2018 rezoning for the lands to R3. And the phase 3 detailed trails plan submission resulted in a site visit, as it was a covenant requirement, on May 28th of last year. And it revealed that phase 3, 6, and 7 of the parkland contained unapproved alterations from clearing, blasting, and fill material. This triggered additional reports confirming how parkland dedication could be achieved given disturbance to the natural areas, and also that the requirement to cease further encroachment into these parkland areas so that we can ensure the maximum area for parkland dedication could be obtained in its natural state. So I'm just going to show some pictures from the associated phases. So phases 3 and 4. Here you can see what was being referred to as the boulder field. And so given its current state, through the alternative solutions proposed by the applicant, this would facilitate the utility use for stormwater, and also ensuring that it has sufficient access to this location for ongoing maintenance for that stormwater facility. It would also not be contributing towards the overall parkland dedication component, and we would also relocate the trailhead amenities to future phase and add additional amenities as a result of removing this trailhead. Then in phase 6, restoration of the broom bank with replanting of trees. And then the northerly portion still remains leveled with rock and fill. Also, you can see in the second image on the right here, the proposed playground area that's being relocated to phase 7. And that's also the enlarged area for the parkland amenity piece. There's also associated remediation that's detailed within the swell environmental consulting reports, and that's attached as a schedule to the proposed covenant amendment. Then lastly, phase 7, the former forested ravine area is now filled with blast rock and debris. Remaining trees are at risk due to the elevation changes in the material that's covering their critical root zones. Relocation of the playground, as I mentioned previously, is now in this phase. There's also a net gain of 7 parking stalls. So originally there was going to be 3 stalls provided in, I believe it was phase 3, and then 10 stalls within phase 6. And so there's a net gain of 7 with the proposal for 20 parking stalls as well. That's associated with the playground. So that's accessible to the playground users and trail users. And there'll be accessible parking as well as lighting in that parking lot. And as well with the previous phase and with phase 7, the swells environmental consulting reports are also attached as a schedule to the covenant. So there's also additional compensation that's being provided. There's a portion of natural area in phase 4 that's proposed to be added to our existing park inventory. It's environmentally significant based on the meadowlands. It has a mature, healthy tree, which in the report we referred to commonly as the lone tree. And believe this was reasonable compensation given that there was that increase I had mentioned from 20 lots to 34 lots for the developer. So their gain in additional lots and also the district's ability to protect this natural state as parkland. Should the lone tree not survive, then there would be additional vegetation requirements with tree planting and park amenities to be determined. So we'll be monitoring that health quality of that tree to ensure that it's able to survive, or if not, that we obtain the necessary compensation for that. So to note what has been completed to date, so the detailed trail plan identified the locations, width, material, and grade of all proposed trails, including their connections from Furwood Park to Furwood Place. There's the 5-meter statutory right-of-way along the southerly portion of the lots on Maple Park Terrace for Winfield Drive Trail connection. The phase 2 parkland dedication, which on the screen there you can see is the blue highlighted area. And then that red box is the phase 4 portion that would contain the lone tree. So creating that connection from Winfield through the statutory right-of-way into the blue park area and then up into phase 4, which is that red box I just mentioned. So creating that connection into the future phase. So with that, staff's recommending that we schedule a public hearing as this went through a rezoning process, so it requires public input for the amendment of the covenant. And then following that, there would be that decision from council to proceed with the covenant amendment registration following the public hearing. So at this time, staff is seeking support for scheduling that public hearing. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Paulo. I just have 2 questions. Do you have a sense of when that public hearing will be scheduled for?
I've spoken with corporate services, and if we work quickly, we could move forward to the next scheduled meeting on June 27th, I believe it is.
And that provides enough time for advertisements and so forth? The notice drafted. No, we wouldn't be. Is it pre-booked and then in the paper? No. The ad has not been pre-booked. It would have had to have been to hold that on the 27th because it needs to be in the paper this Wednesday. So July 11th would be the soonest that we could get that to a public hearing. There's no way of getting it in sooner because of the cutoff with the mirror, I think is Friday, usually Friday at noon. That's unfortunate. Okay. The other question that I have, it's come up before, was under the previous ownership, they had made some comment that they were going to install and maintain the playground equipment for up to 5 years or the parkland for up to 5 years. Is that still, are you aware of that, or is that even a thing?
I'm not aware of that information right now. I know, given that it will be land that's turned over to the municipality, that we would maintain that as part of our park assets. The maintenance aspect of it, because there's certain standards that have to be adhered to, that's typically followed through our park maintenance scheduling.
Okay, then I think it was, do you remember that at all? Okay, it didn't actually, okay, I'll find the article and send it to you, but it obviously isn't, and that's fine. If it's not something that you're aware of, then it's not here. It just might come up at the public hearing. Ms. Machado. Yeah, I just wanted to, we are reaching out to the newspaper to see if there's any way we can get it into this week, which would allow us to have it on the 27th. There may be time because their publication date is shifted to Thursday, so. We're trying. We're trying. We'll see what we can do. Let them know. Okay. That's fine. Any other questions? Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, through you to staff. I note the current zoning allows 137 single-family homes. And this matter of 20 to 34 lots, that's not adding additional lots. It's just giving more flexibility to the development. Is that correct? Could ask the applicant.
So based on providing that flexibility, so there was a number of lots with different phases that were being shifted. So we're providing that flexibility in the plan to provide for those additional lots based on their design criteria. So we went through a design where different phases had different lot numberings, and so we've been able to expand upon that so that they can still meet all of our bylaw requirements. And then accommodate the phasing based on what each phase can now provide for with their layouts.
So the project now will have 151. 99 lots. Oh, 99. lots.
99 lots total
Okay,
in the application.
all right. From 448, when you were first. And my next question just comes out of your presentation, Mr. Palau, and that is a vegetated parking lot. Is that a permeable parking lot, or what is a vegetated parking lot?
So there will be landscaping around there in the parking lot. So there'll be concrete as well, but the parking lot area will also have landscaping, which is attached as a schedule in the proposed covenant.
Other questions? Councillor Beddows?
Yes, thank you, Worship. I'm still not clear on the lots. They're getting a total of 14 additional lots. Is that correct?
Correct.
And how was that obtained again? I'm not quite sure. Is the density changed, or some lots smaller now, or?
Just based on the overall configuration. So at one time, based on the size of the park area and how each phase was being configured, there was a certain layout that was proposed. Now, based on adjusting those phases, they're able to acquire the additional 14 lots you mentioned.
Yeah, I understand now. Thanks very much. I have a comment later, but I'll.
The applicant would like to provide some additional information. You'd like to come forward? Thank you.
Thank you very much. In the remaining 4 phases, we always had 99 lots. And when we were doing things like adjusting the phases slightly, if you move a parking lot from one phase over here, you'd lose a lot there and we'd readjust that. And sometimes the layouts wouldn't work perfectly. And we always had a maximum of 20 small lot sizes. So sometimes when you end up on a corner, you can't fit a single family. You can only fit a small lot to maintain that 99 units. So we were always stuck in this little box with 20 small lots. And when we needed to make adjustments to move parking lots, we would lose a lot here and put it over here by swapping those locations. So we never gained a single lot, not one. It was moving them from different phases where one phase could have, I don't know, let's say 20 lots. And then by moving a parking lot, it became 21, but the one where the parking lot went lost. And so it would be a back and forth kind of like shell game to get it together, but we've never gained 14 lots. Absolutely not. I've actually pre-sold the property for the future phases to Verity Construction and another company, and we're set at those lots. So I have no ability to add or lose lots. The request of changing from additional, Matthew, what are they called again? Small family lots or small lots?
The R3.
Yeah. Because we were capped at 20, we had already built 10 or so in the past few phases. So we really only had 10. So adding a small family there to make a lot fit, so we wouldn't actually go backwards a lot. We couldn't get the square footage of the lot to meet a single family lot, but a small family lot works. And so it was never, hey, we want these small lots to add a whole bunch of more lots. It was to make it work so we wouldn't go backwards. We lost several lots, like say for the Lonely Tree, that's probably one of our best lots in the entire subdivision. That's a significant loss, but you know, after multiple visits to the site, you know, these are things we work with staff to say, okay, a little push and pull, like you want that, okay, then we'll move this over here. And so, yeah, that's how that came about. But there is no additional 14 lots, I can assure you that. Yeah.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mr.
thank you.
Lang. Other questions for staff? Okay, so the recommendation is that council schedule a public hearing in accordance with section 466 of the Local Government Act to consider replacing existing covenant CA 7028378 with a new section 219 covenant for 7044 Maple Park Terrace and 2191 Mountain Heights Drive. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Logans. Any further comments? None. The only thing I'll throw out there is that some folks have said that the LED lighting is really bright. So if you can work through and have less lumens that still illuminate, but don't light everything up. I'm just throwing that out there before I forget, because you mentioned the development permit piece. Yes, Councillor Beddows.
Yeah, I don't have a problem going to a public hearing, but I tell you, I'm very disturbed when the staff report says that you know, in the original covenant, you had things set aside for parkland and you're dumping debris on it and blasting and tearing it up where it's not viable anymore and you have to come up with another solution. And the reason I bring that up is we just recently put a sports box in Sun River, and the land that we were dedicated there was just absolute garbage, and we had to put in 6 feet of crushed rock to make it viable. And it, you know, fortunately it wasn't that expensive because we had the rock from the highways. So I am a little bothered by this phase so far. If our staff goes up there and you've kind of ignored the original covenant and now we're going to do another one, I'm just hoping staff will be diligent in keeping an eye on that. This should not have got to this state of those areas that were dedicated as parkland to be abused like that. So just a caution. I keep my eye on this situation, and hopefully it pans out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beddows. I think that's a concern we all have, but we're finding a way to get to a good conclusion. Okay, anything else from anyone? Call a question, all in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. So our staff will be in touch when we have that public hearing. We'll see what we can do on that date. Okay, just going to continue on to 11.5, which is our first quarter financial operating report.
Your worship, would you like me to wait for Councillor Bateman to return?
We have quorum, so in the essence of time, we'll continue on. Thank
Okay.
you.
So my report today presents the first quarter financial results for the district. Just to not confuse, the presentation on the screen is the next report on the agenda, which is the oh, it's gone. Okay, thank you. Okay, there's a presentation for the next report. Ongoing financial reporting is prepared and to provide council and the community with regular updates on the district's financial position and stability. We provide the quarterly reports for the first, second, and third quarters, and the audited financial statements include the year-end results each year. At the end of the first quarter of 2022, operating revenues were 47%, excluding property taxes, and expenditures were 18% of annual budgeted amounts. This compares to 30% for revenue in 2021 and 18% for revenue for expenses in 2021. Revenues received for the year are tracking at 47%, primarily due to road and wastewater DCCs received so far this year in 2022. The majority of the district's transactions for revenue occur in the next quarter, which is the property tax season, which sees the flow of everything come through May and the remainder of June. The total fees and charges revenue are tracking ahead of budget this year and are expected to meet or exceed the 2022 budget. Expenditures are tracking favorably against the 2022 budget, and at the end of Q2 for 2022, the district has spent 18% of its operating expenses. The primary reason for the positive position is due to the second quarter RCMP contract expenses, which are invoiced and paid in May, and the salary and benefits are on track to finish for the year as well. The salary and benefit expenses are currently at 21%, and this variance is due primarily to the timing and hiring of vacant positions. Expenditures are on track with no significant budget variances anticipated at this time. The report includes a summary of each of the department's budget highlights and a status update of the capital projects. I'm not going to read those back tonight, but I'm happy to answer any questions related to those department highlights, the capital budget, or any other aspects of the quarterly update. Staff will continue to closely monitor financial performance and adjust to ensure the year is complete at the same pace and in line with budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Curry, for your presentation as well as the report and having everything here. It's great. Questions for Mr. Curry? Go ahead, Councillor St. Pierre.
Just very quickly, looking at your graph, I was curious why financial services was so close to halfway through the budget, their yearly budget at this point in time. Working hard.
The auditor.
The primary item there is the insurance expense. So we have insurance and also software. So licenses that we pay at the start of the year in the first quarter, and we don't set them up as prepaid and expense them monthly. We just put them all in the first quarter at one shot. So insurance is the major one there.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, I was interested in the EV charger under your capital projects for 2022. So earlier we heard we'd be getting 2 in this parking lot here at Municipal Hall, but you're indicating there's another one for the public lot down the hill once it's complete.
That's correct. I believe that's the planned location for it. It was in the budget for last year and then was carried forward to this year. There might be another member of staff that would know better that location.
Not tonight, I don't think, Your Worship, sorry.
Another spot for the orphans.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
Oh, I'll just note that the website is improving all the time. And from the state it was in back in
Councillor St. Pierre. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Beddows. Any further items to discuss? Thank you, Mr. Curry. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. 11.6, please.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Your Worship. On to the next report. I've been told we've lost the connection to the TV. Must be getting to that hour of the evening. So I have my notes here. I'll speak to the report through my notes, and if there's questions along the way, just let me know. My report and presentation today is a further deep dive to the district's financial statements for 2021 that were provided to council on May 9th, 2022, and the accompanying audit findings report and the report presentation from the district's auditors, KPMG. The report today provides an overview of the individual statements that form our annual financial statements. And today I'll speak a little bit about what the statements mean, provide some highlights, and how they're related to the district, and answer any questions along the way. So this level of review is new to the district, and we are open to suggestions. I'm looking for input from council if you'd like to see the information in different ways. Kind of just going to trial this and hope that we evolve this report each year so that we have some indicators and benchmarks to use, and with the hope that we're providing relevant financial information that is valuable to council and the community. So the first part of the financial statements, the very first page is called the Statement of Financial Position. So this is essentially, in other accounting terms, the balance sheet for the district. So this statement summarizes the financial and non-financial assets, and also the liabilities and accumulated surpluses, which is all the assets less the liabilities at December 31st. The statement is the municipal equivalent of the private sector's balance sheet. The big indicator or financial measure for municipalities is the net debt, also known as the net financial position. So this is unique to the public sector, and it's useful in determining whether or not an entity or a municipality has sufficient assets on hand to discharge or cover its liabilities. So essentially it's your cash and your assets on hand over top of what you owe and your debt. So the district has seen a moderate growth of their net financial position. So we're not. Okay. Okay, we have a good position for our net debt, which is actually a net financial position because we have more cash and cash equivalents than we do debt. So this indicator suggests that we have more financial assets than liabilities, which shows we're in we have adequate financial assets to pay for our existing debt obligations. Part of this large increase for 2021 is the cash, which went up for the 4.6 million we received for the sewer revenue, for the sewer grant expansion project. And then you'll see the equivalent of the increase to cash that also, you'll see that on a liability line, which goes to deferred revenue as an amount that's essentially earmarked for the grant when the project starts up. The accumulated surplus is 128.4 million from 121 million in 2020. So this increase in the accumulated surplus is primarily from grants, the acquisition of capital assets, and developer contributions. So the main reason that the 128 has gone up is we received 3.4 million in developer contributed assets last year. We also received 4.4 million in TCAs. Oh, perfect. I'll just start that again. The 3.4 million we received from developer contributed assets. These are assets that we recognized were completed from developers, and they are signed off and become an asset that's amortized by the district. And at that point in time, when they're signed off from the engineering team, we take them on into our GIS system. We add them to essentially our TCA list, and we start depreciating the assets. So that combines with the new capital assets that we added through capital projects. So once they're completed, those as well increase your accumulated surplus. So last year had seen 4.4 million in new capital assets added. And in addition, the other reason that the accumulated surplus would increase is 1.5 million in DCCs received. So that was last year's amount of DCC revenue received. And another number different from that is the 1.3 million in DCC charges recognized. So the difference between the two, I just want to say, is the DCCs recognized are the ones attributed to projects we completed last year. And the DCCs received is considered, it's received as revenue. However, it's moved to deferred revenue, and we don't recognize that money until it's attributed to a project. So it sits as a liability. And then once the project is completed, we bring the deferred revenue and recognize it as revenue, and then capitalize that asset at that time. So that's kind of the process with DCCs, where the money received in the year goes to deferred revenue, and we recognize it when it's attributed to a project. So I'm just gonna catch up the slideshow here to where I'm at. Okay, I just wanted to speak a little bit about the statement of financial position. So this is the schedule with which the statement which we were just talking about. So here you can see the increase from 21 million to 28 million in cash and cash equivalents. So the primary increase to cash and cash equivalents, which would be shown here, is typically grant funds that are held that make up the large increase. And the 4.6 million is a portion of that increase that we're now holding in deferred revenue until the project begins. There's a couple other grants as well that would have the cash recognized. However, the funds aren't in revenue yet. They're sitting below under financial liabilities and deferred revenue. So you see on that deferred revenue line, it's increased from 6 million to 12 million. So you'll see roughly $6 million in grant funds sitting there that are pending on the projects that were still work in progress at the end of 2021. The increase to accounts receivable from 2020 to 2021 would be a grant that was receivable. So again, this would be a grant. We would recognize a portion of the revenue received for the Otter Point Road project. So whatever was completed, we would recognize in 2021. And then the asset itself is moved to work in progress until the project is completed. So the funds we're waiting on receiving for the grant itself would be set up as a receivable so that we could still recognize the revenue attributed to what was actually completed. Where should I point this? Thank you. Okay, the next slide I have here is the statement of operations. The statement of operations outlines the revenues, expenses, and surplus for the year and the accumulated surplus at December 31st. So this is the operations. This is the money coming in and money coming out through revenue and expenses. The one difference between the statement of operations and the budget, the 5-year budget, is that this has an amortization in it, although we don't actually. So it's an accounting. It's a way of, it's actually an accounting requirement that we're required to set up the statement this way. However, we'll typically build our reports and our budgeting based on how the 5-year financial plan is built, which is not including amortization as an actual expense. That's why you'll see the one note, which is later on in the presentation, which shows the segmented budget, and that removes the amortization so that you can kind of have a better idea of the difference between the two items. So this statement reflects the combined financial results based on activities through operating and capital. So capital is included with the statement of operations, which typically when we're reporting through the 5-year financial plan, you wouldn't see the capital and amortization on the same lines with operating. The accumulated surplus does not represent the amount of cash available. This measure is provides a combined view into all past operating surpluses and deficits, as well as the entity's investment in tangible capital assets. In 2021, we recognized an annual surplus of 6.8 million, which represents a decrease of 1.6 or 19.2% from the prior year. The accumulated surplus in total, again, from the prior slide, this is a different way of balancing to see the same accumulated surplus number from the balance sheet. Again, was 128.4 million. And this increases or decreases annually by the value of the district's accounting surplus or deficit. So gonna skip ahead to the reserve. Yeah, can you go back one more? Yeah. So I just wanted to speak a little bit to the reserve funds. They are essentially established by council to allocate funds to help offset capital requirements, obligation, pressure, and cost. They're committed to fund future capital expenditures and known future liabilities. Essentially, most of our reserves are committed. There's not a lot of extra funds available. There's minimal amounts for discretionary spending. When a grant comes up, we're in a pretty difficult spot to find matching funds. And I had mentioned earlier just that the development cost charge received are recognized as deferred revenue. just not to be confused with them being at any line here in the reserve amounts. Go next slide there, Carolyn. So this shows here just the 4-year history of our reserves. You can see how we're going from 4.8 million to the current of 10 million in total reserve funds, primarily due to the COVID restart reserve that's sitting there. So we have currently 2.5 million at the end of 2021. You're also seeing some larger increases to the gas tax payments. So it's the community building fund is what they call it now from the province. And some bigger contributions that are growing slowly for the sewer reserve fund and the capital asset replacement. The other line near the top there, which is seeing some significant increases, is the future policing costs. And this is has been us setting aside surplus funds from essentially taxes that were collected for the from the RCMP contract. So with us having a shortage of staff, we've been tucking money away there each year to offset the big jump from us going from 70 to 90% since we've reached the 15,000 population mark this year. So that's been planned ahead, and we do have adequate funds there to cover the jump this year and for next year. We do have a plan to bring back a report with a reserve policy to council, and at that time we would like to recommend rolling up and amalgamating some of these reserve funds and just having some direction and guidance from council and a policy on what the proper uses of the funds, and just cleaning up the whole process. I think like having all these small funds, some of them are by bylaw and they'll remain, but it would be a nice just a housekeeping item to clean these up and perhaps condense the list to a little bit smaller. Do we need to pause here because it's 11?
Yes, I'm just mindful of the time, so
Okay.
thank you for catching that. So council, typically, we would need a resolution to continue to meet past 11 o'clock. So make a motion that council continue to meet past 11. Moved by Councillor Bateman and seconded by Councillor Beddows.
Well, I think the only thing is, until when? You go past 11.
We're getting there. We're almost done. Yeah,
I'm sure.
we can just tighten things up.
I'll wrap this up.
All right, just let me call the question on this. All those in favor, please? Anyone opposed? Councillor Logans is opposed. Councillor St. Pierre is opposed. The motion carries on a 4-2. Sorry, folks. Mr. Curry.
Okay. Okay, in conclusion, our financial position continues to strengthen due to grants, capital, and developer contributions. The amortization of current TCAs right now, so tangible capital assets, is 2.94 million. This is the cost of depreciation on all the existing infrastructure that we have. The path to financial sustainability is to increase contributions to capital for replacement and maintenance of our infrastructure, of our capital assets. We're going to be having the asset management plan, which is already taking place, coming forward to council, which will have more fine-tuned numbers to set some goals, which will say we'd like to reach this value of having these adequate funds set aside for capital replacement and maintenance. So say on a very high general level, if you aim to get to half of 2.94 million, that's a good goal to have. So funding half of your depreciation in a municipality our size would be a strong direction in the path to sustainability. It's essentially we don't have the adequate funds to just pay for what's here before we start adding more. And last is the prudent approach to financial management provided a clean audit opinion this year again, and for multiple years now we have received a clean audit opinion. And thank you. That summarizes my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Curry, for that thorough Thorough report. Love your energy at 11 o'clock. That's okay. It's another reason why we're here, right? So thank you. Okay. Councillor St. Pierre? Moved by Councillor St. Pierre and seconded by Councillor Logans. Discussion, I'm calling the question, all in favor, and that's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, bylaw section here for adoption is our development cost charge bylaw number 755, 2021. It's already gone through the readings. This is just adoption. So the recommendation is that council adopt the bylaw cited as development cost charge bylaw number 775, 2021. Should that be 2022? No, okay.
Oh, sorry, the bylaw was written and first introduced in 2021.
Got it. Moved by Councillor Bateman, seconded by Councillor Beddows. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Also for adoption is 12.2, the election procedures. So that council adopt the bylaw cited as election procedure bylaw number 841, 2022. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Beddows. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. 12.3 bylaws. So Sooke Core Sewer Specified Area Amendment Bylaw. So this is the petition for Woodside Farms. Over to staff. Anything? I guess it's straightforward.
It is, your worship. I can
Okay.
answer any questions that people might have.
No, the report really summarized what the intent is on the land and where it is. It was really well done. So I'll just read through the recommendation there, and that is that council received the petition for local area service for the property located at 7117 West Coast Road, legally described as that part of Lot 8, Section 1, 2, and 3, Sooke District Plan 2318, lying to the southwest of the West Coast Road, as said road is shown on Plan 1423 OS, except plans 5361 VIP 77455 and EPP 45488. And that council give first, second, and third reading to Sooke Core Sewer Specified Area Amendment Bylaw number 846174443 2022. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre and seconded by Councillor Logan. In that second wind. Questions, comments? Let's have a big discussion. No? Straightforward.
Yay, Woodside.
Okay, good to see this connection occur. All those in favor, please? And that's unanimous. Thank you. New business. I have one that I raised when we adopted the amendment, and that is that council appoint Councillor Al Beddows as the primary council liaison to the Integrated Police Units Regional Governance Council. So this isn't new. I had myself appointed and Councillor Beddows as the alternate. However, I can't ever make any of the meetings and Councillor Beddows can. So it makes sense for us just to flip this because he's doing all the work. Yeah, so Councillor to the Integrated Police Units Regional Governance Council. IPU-RGC. Yep. Moved by Councillor Bateman or St. Pierre and seconded by Councillor Bateman. Thank you for your service, Councillor Beddows. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. UBCM meeting requests. So this has come through all of your mailboxes. I just have two that come to mind. One of them is to meet with Minister Farnsworth, Minister responsible for public safety and Solicitor General, to continue our advocacy for what are they doing with the VIMQ? I've been working on this file. I checked my notes since 2016. So we raised it a few years ago and it's impacting our community. So what's going on there? The second one would be to meet with the current Minister of Education. So this has been something that we've done year after year after year. And the last time we met, the election happened, and then the new minister said, thank you very much. Please continue your conversations with the school district. But there's just not enough funding in the pot when Langford is growing and Colwood is growing and we're growing too. So we need to do some advocacy around our schools. Regardless of the enrollment, they're aging. We all know that. So I was going to put these two together. The third one would be potentially with the Minister of Health to talk more about improvements to primary access care. It just sort of depends on what goes on in the next while. Councillor St. Pierre.
Admit that a lot of this is just going right through my head. Is this something we can potentially table to the next meeting or?
Do we have time? No, there's a deadline to start because we need to put in why we want to meet and get all that briefing done in a time. However, if there's others that come up, we can then approach the appointment desk at UBCM directly and put in another ask. We're limited to 3.
I just don't know if I can come up with any wise right now.
Well, if it's not in your mind, then I would say hold off. These are things that I've just been itching to get in front of a minister on. So I think they're particularly the first one, and the second one is another ask. And the third is ongoing. So they're brewing issues. It's not anything new. So, pardon me? It's just new people. So that's the challenge. Yeah, direct staff to request a Minister of Public Safety, and I would just put regarding VIMQ. The second one for advocacy and around our aging school infrastructure. And the third one would be to primary health care / the elders complex / Air Manor expansion. I think just general health and access to health in Sooke and what it all looks like. Okay, so we've kind of read that out. We'll fix the typo. That's all good. Yep. Motion by Councillor Beddows, seconded by Councillor Bateman. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. We'll get that all together. Council verbal reports. Would you like to do a report? Go ahead.
Integrated police service units. The last Zoom I attended on your behalf was excellent. They gave the stats of how many calls they had with the two things that we deal with, the crisis ones, and I just wanted to make sure that we had the proper representation per population, and we do. So I was very pleased. That's about all I have to say.
Other updates? Go ahead, Councillor Bateman.
Yep, so the library opened on Saturday. It was a great day. Big lineups for the face painting. And you did your usual graceful job. Following a blessing from South Elder Shirley Alphonse. You look surprised when I say that. But no, and you noted this completion of a 15-year journey through this process since Sooke got to the top of the priority list. And you credited everyone involved, staff of both organizations, Sooke councils dating back to 2008, and Sooke's appointed Viral trustees, starting with Ron Dumont and Carrie Ray, who joined us for the afternoon. And then you thanked me too, so thank you. And yeah, so there's that. And I'll cut it short at 11 just to say the Tale of the Whale documentary premiered at AMCS on Friday night, and the premiere was there, and Chief Planis, and it was a really great evening to look back at the 25th anniversary of the celebration of that new school and the installation of the whale.
Go ahead, Councillor Wiggins.
Yeah, just real quick, Tale of a Whale was amazing. Excellent food by the Culinary Arts at Edward Milne. Amazing presentations by everyone before the film, and a really great film that portrayed how it all happened. So it was nice being a grad of Edward Milne and a Sooke resident, finally understanding the whole story from the perspective of those who were part of it. And then I also attended the Edward Milne graduation at UVic, which was really well attended. And they did definitely go right through it as quick as possible because it was a nice hot day, and everyone actually was it hot? It was hot and rain. It was like hot and rainy. Yeah, it was awkward, but it was just really nice to have everyone together again. It was so fascinating to see a group of graduates who they'd been together since elementary school. They did grade 9 together, and then they didn't see each other until grade 12. So strange. Like no other grad class has that experience of such a huge gap in the middle. It's either the gap at the end or the gap at the beginning, but having that huge strange gap in the middle really had an impact on them. And I think that coming together was again was really important. So I'm glad they were able to celebrate that day.
Well, thank you, Councillor Logans, for attending that ceremony. Just wish to express my congratulations to the MCS grad class. The library opening was great, just for everyone that was there. And Councillor Bateman, you really picked the ball and drove it home, because there were some tangled issues that we needed to work through. And I think you really got up to speed and really worked to build those relationships that were needed to get it over the finish line. So well done. Yeah, absolutely. We are really looking forward to the sport box. That's another 10 years in the making to get to this point as well. So that's coming up soon, which is also really exciting. Saw some kids there they were kind of joking around. They knew one of the contractors, so they were going to bury a skeleton, like a plastic skeleton, in some of the debris just to see what would happen. But I'm like, no, that'll just slow down all the work. Don't do that. So I thought it was kind of funny. No. I was just going to share just a few highlights of FCM. So that was in Regina, Land of the Living Skies, which I thought was great. I think Regina and the FCM board did a great job in pulling this together. My complaint was more about the other delegates that were kind of complaining a bit, not those here, but others. And I'm thinking, is there no COVID where you are, no labor shortage, no transit shortage in the communities you come from? Because that's certainly the reality I face. And to pull all this together, even the banquet, some of these staff, this is their first job. They're coming right out of food safe training, and they're training real humans for the first time ever. So good on them, and well done, Regina, for making it all happen. It was interesting to me because I'm sitting like, I don't know anyone. I don't recognize anyone. And in part it's because Prairies in Ontario had their municipal elections last year, and there's over 51% turnout of changeover of people not deciding not to serve again. So a lot of new people, and this was their first federal conference. So they were there for the first time. I was pleased that the Prime Minister addressed us. He was virtual, which was fine, but it was live, and he actually spoke to delegates, and I felt that was really important, as well as some of the others. I thought it was interesting though, because he did make a comment that, oh, the province isn't here, so how about local government and the federal government work on a relationship? And I'm like, wait a second, we don't have that missing funding share that the province brings to the table. So while I wouldn't mind getting things like cannabis revenue directly to local governments as was committed, you can't leave the province out of these conversations. We really do all have to work together because we don't have the funding capability to do that. It was interesting talking about housing and to meet other people with what worked and what didn't work, what issues we have in common, what don't we have in common. I talked to some about the flight from urban to rural. Are they seeing it there in their communities? And some said no, because they have no transit and no broadband service, no fiber. So it just shows in some areas how, and I think that's why there is such a push here, proximity to international airports, which they don't have. People from Quebec flew over Regina to Calgary only to make their way back. So you think of some places, Canada's a big country, and how isolated some communities are. No transit, no Greyhound service, no Wi-Fi, in some cases spotty cell service. So when you look at why people are coming here and we have all those things, you can see why there's such pressure here. There was other examples about what we needed to do to address the housing concerns. And I'm always sitting here taking notes. I'm like, yeah, but right in the front row, which to the delight of Al, I mean, that's where you'll find me, in the front row, of course, that's where I'm sitting. But just to be like, you're saying all these things, but then where does it fit and not fit? And so some of the challenges, like we heard earlier, is our challenges around serviced areas and what's serviced and what isn't, and who can step up and who can't for reasons and pinch points like we have. So fascinating. I'm still sort of processing my notes. A lot of pieces. There's even, I thought what was good, the first time 2 senators actually spoke about the need of how local governments are on the front lines and building communities and providing the housing, and how we need more support from the federal government. So on that note, I did receive a letter from the shadow critics from the Conservative Party. This is the first time ever that they've reached out to me, but a desire to meet. So I'm going to take them up on that. And I'll let you know when I actually have scheduled something, because when Conservatives rule, I didn't see grants coming our way either. So it's all fine to say that when you're not the prevailing party, but we're actually having some success in grants, and so I'll see what they have to say about that. But I always like, I'll talk to everyone who will listen, obviously. It's 11 o'clock. And then also an interesting conversation about building safe and inclusive communities and addressing systemic racism. So that's something that's come up in the OCP that I have spoken to. And I found that workshop to be incredibly interesting and informative, and picked up a lot of pieces from that. The housing one, not as much the same, but certainly that one was very useful. And then just what was going on around the country. So it was great to go. Always nice to come home though. And then, you know, just the conversations. This is a busy city with a lot of traffic, but it didn't see a lot of people walking. We were some 40 minutes from between the hotel and the convention center. And when I looked out, I thought I could walk that. I didn't feel safe though, because no one else was walking. Very windy, blustery streets, and no pedestrian activity. So not really the place I'm going to walk to. So you can see how design pieces in the lat are so important. I could go on. I'm not going to though, because I know you're tired and you're waiting for me to go to item 16, which I will do, which will be a motion to adjourn, please. Moved by Councillor St. Pierre and seconded by Councillor Logans. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. And we did it all. How about that? 11:20. Well done, everybody.